Listening all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan, wherever you are via the Odyssey app, or even if you're watching on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Thank you for doing that. Really appreciate it. And we know you got plenty of options. Always means a ton when you choose Grant and Danny. What a day for the radio station. I've been thoroughly enjoying the coverage coming your way from Starboard and Dewey Beach, where it sounds like the Junkies had a bang-up broadcast and a massive turnout today. B. Mitch and Finley were thoroughly enjoying themselves. They were a fun listen. I know those guys are fired up that the shift is over, so now you can go get after it and enjoy yourself at the beach on a Memorial Day weekend. Not a whole lot better than that, but 30 years of the Junkies being celebrated in style. Got a little FOMO sitting in studio here in D.C., listening to everybody having fun down at the beach, but jacked up that it has been a good time, and it seems like a ton of listeners came out. You guys always impress. You always deliver. And on behalf of the Junkies and B. Mitch and Finley and the entire station, I'll say, first off, kudos to you and thank you. You make this whole thing work. Without you guys supporting this show and the 3 shows on this station and this station, it's just not the same. I mean, there's a lot of people talking into microphones and computers all over the place at this point, but there's a reason this is still a special place, and you guys are a big part of that. So thank you very much, is in order on what has been a fun day here at the radio station. Looking ahead to the weekend, quick lay of the land for you. You've got NBA Conference Finals Game 3 in the West tonight, Thunder and Spurs from San Antonio. Series shifting to Texas, knotted up at 1 apiece. Game 1 was the Wemby coming out party in the playoffs. That was the I was offended I wasn't the MVP, and then you celebrated Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in front of me performance. Game 2, SGA bounces back, hangs 30, looks like the MVP, and the Thunder win that game and even the series, knotted up at 1 apiece. Kind of feels like that's the way this is going to go. Whose superstar plays bigger and better? Who is the guy that outshines the other of the MVP candidates? Who's going to carry their team across the finish line? But that has been must-see television. 8:30 tip-off tonight, NBC and Peacock. If you are checking that one out, you should be in for a treat. Over in the National Hockey League, we're in the conference finals as well. Vegas Golden Knights, Colorado Avalanche. Looks like no Cale Makar again for the Avs. They're terrific young defenseman who was playing in the Olympics and is one of the great players at his position in the sport. So what does that mean? Well, Vegas, who took Game 1 handily, has a great opportunity to try to steal yet another game on the road before they go home, and they'd be in the catbird seat. I'm rooting for the Knights, even though that has long been a team in the West. It's kind of now a budding rivalry with the Caps after the Stanley Cup, just because Nick Dowd's on that roster. It's one of my favorite players I've ever covered, one of my favorite regular guests we've ever had on this show. I am a massive fan of the person, the player that is Dowd, who's one of those gritty, generally third, fourth line types at center, can win some draws, plays good defense, pours in 8 to 10 goals a year here in Washington for several seasons. He came right after the Stanley Cup. I think a lot of people have always kind of had him pegged as one of those guys that was on the Cup team because he's been around so long. But he got here the year after and has not won a Cup. It'd be nice to see him get his. So there's your NHL action tonight. And then in Major League Baseball, you just heard Ben mentioning this in the update. The Nats hit the road for a road trip. This is a litmus test 6 games away from Nats Park as far as I'm concerned. I have kind of undulated throughout the early part of this season between feeling like what the Nats are doing is utterly unsustainable, and in the back of my head every now and then thinking maybe they can play above their heads a little bit. Maybe they can actually hover around 500 deep into the season. And I haven't really settled on one of those two answers yet. This series, while I'm putting too much on 1 week or 6 games, this series with Atlanta, this series with Cleveland, this road trip is probably going to help me to answer that question once and for all. Because I feel like the Braves in these 3 games in Atlanta starting tonight, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, is a chance to play the best team in Major League Baseball, which is what they are right now, irrefutably, unequivocally. And that's not just opinion, that's also the numbers. They're 35-16. They're playing at about a 690 clip, but they come in winning 3 in a row, 7 of 10. They're playing good ball. They have a plus 104 run differential, which is number 1 in the major leagues. Even the vaunted Dodgers with their big payroll have only outscored their opponents by 98. So you get the Braves in your division for 3 on the road, And then you got to play the Guardians. And if that was the case 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, I would have said, that's fine. They're 500-ish. That team's in the mix in the American League Central, but they're certainly not anything to fear. Well, they've won 6 in a row and 9 of 10. They're the hottest team in baseball. And in the American League, they have the number 3 run differential in the entire circuit right now. So I would say, just if you're looking timeliness, not overall full resume for the season, you're probably playing 2 of the 5 teams you'd least want to play right now on this road trip. So if you go out there for 6 and you can split and get back home still being within a game of 500, why can't they just keep playing at this level? Why can't they keep, we're calling it overachieving offensively, hitting, scoring, and hanging in games? They're not out of any games. They're also, by the way, the second youngest team in Major League Baseball. They have yet to use a player offensively for an at-bat that is 28 years old or older. Think about that. For as much as we've talked about the Nats having a strong start to the season and what they've become and where they're headed, 27 or younger, every single plate appearance all year long for their position players and their hitters in that lineup. Pretty amazing. And the oldest guy that's been taking at bats is Drew Millis, who's a catcher too, who's in the mix for them moving forward as a long-term possible second catcher, but is a guy right now that's essentially a placeholder, so to speak. We'll get into the Nats a little bit later on in our Beltway Blitz with Charlie Slows, which is coming up at 4 o'clock. Speaking of the Blitz at 4, I've got some tickets for you today I'm going to be giving away. The final time this week. We've had these exclusively on the show all week long. Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan are coming to Nationals Park in August for an August 20th show at the park. If you want those tickets, you better be listening right at 4. Here's where I want to start the show today, though. I want to dig in on the gridiron, on something that I've seen making the rounds on the web the last 48 hours or so. I don't know how we got here that it became let's talk about quarterback rankings week, but I saw that Mina Kimes of ESPN, who's a very respected NFL analyst, and her colleague on the show that she does, Benjamin Solak, who's one of my favorite people that writes and talks about football right now, also at ESPN, put together a compilation where they ranked the top 10 quarterbacks in the league. That was as deep as they went, 1 through 10. And they got a lot of blowback for this, but they basically took a 3-year rolling performance of all the quarterbacks to put together their top 10 in football. Jaden Daniels showed up on that top 10 at number 10 overall on ESPN's list via Kimes and Solak. But you know who wasn't on that list? Matt Stafford, the reigning most valuable player in the league, who had 15 more big-time throws than anybody else last season, who ended up with 4,700 yards and 46 touchdowns while winning the Most Valuable Player award and cementing himself as a future Hall of Famer. So if you're number 10 on a list that is clearly missing a guy that should be on the list, it stands to reason there's a case to be made you could fall off of the list. Now, you could possibly put Daniels over other people they had in their top 10 and keep him in the top 10, but it dawned on me, you're doing a top 10 list, you've got the 5-car 10th, you don't have Stafford, he's right there on the bubble. I then also was sent a comment from Mark Schlereth, who's a regular guest of this show and this station, who has called games on Fox for many, many years, who's a daily radio host out in Denver, and who many of the OGs listening to me right now around the DMV, or a little older, know, played here in Washington when they were really good in winning Super Bowls as an offensive lineman. He did a little AMA on social media. He said, ask me whatever you want. I'll answer as truthfully as I can. And somebody said, is Jaden Daniels a top 10 quarterback? And I think this was based on that Mina Kimes conversation that was stirred up on ESPN yesterday where he was right there on the bubble. Schlereth said, and I'll quote him, currently, I don't think he's in the top 10, but he was phenomenal his rookie year without question, and if he could be healthy, I think he could get there. He's a smart kid and a tireless worker, end quote. So you've got Kimes naming him the number 10 quarterback in the league with Solak. You've got Schlereth saying he's not in the top 10, and it got me to thinking, 1 year after we were all discussing Daniels entering the season as a fringe top 5 quarterback in the National Football League, you've got the big 4 that don't really change, the MVPs perennially, right? It's the class of Patrick Mahomes, 3-time Super Bowl champion. Josh Allen, 4-time Pro Bowler. Lamar Jackson, multi-time MVP. And Joe Burrow, who's played in a Super Bowl and who's played in an MVP level, a multi-time Pro Bowler. Those 4 guys, you separate them, they're the top of the class. But if you remember, there's a best of the rest dialogue thereafter, where last year we were having the conversation about Jaden Daniels and could he be number 5? Is that on the table? And my thought was if he had a similar year in 25 to what he had in 24 as a rookie, then there would be no debate. He would be the next great quarterback in the National Football League, and you could slot him in front of that second tier of Stafford, Justin Herbert, Dak Prescott, whoever else you have right there. Jordan Love maybe as a top 10 guy. But it didn't happen that way, primarily because of health, because he just wasn't on the field. He only had 4 games that he started that he actually finished. Makes it really hard to perform. And he only had 2 sequences all season where he played in consecutive games. Think about what that does for your timing, your practice habits, the ability to get on the same page as your weapons. So yeah, it's an injury thing. People will point out performance fell off. Well, no kidding. If I hadn't hosted a radio show in several months, which is the equivalent basically of not playing football for a couple of weeks at the NFL level, I'm going to come back and I'm not going to be as sharp. I'm not in rhythm. If I don't put in the prep and do the work, you're not going to crack the mic and look or feel comfortable. And so I think with Jaden Daniels last year, when he took a big step backwards, mostly based on not being able to post, yeah, there was a lesser version of him playing. There was certainly a lesser performance. I still think a lot of that had to do with time on the practice field. And we'll see if I'm right or I'm wrong when the season starts this year. I don't think it's an excuse. I think it's an explanation. I think it's a reality that you have to acknowledge that at that position, which I perceive to be the most dependent in the sport and in maybe all of sports, something that Joe Theismann, who played the quarterback position at a level that has exceeded that of almost everyone who's been here in D.C., says when he's with us all the time, there's no position more dependent in sports than quarterback. If you're not practicing, how are you going to play at that level? But it brings me back to my question that I want to open the show with, which is, right now, this moment, is Jaden Daniels a top 10 quarterback in football? We know what the national pundits are saying this week. We see where he's coming in on various lists. I pulled up the Ringer's analysis of quarterbacks because I thought they had a really good exercise they put together at the end of the year, led by one of their writers, Stephen Ruiz, right after the Super Bowl. Now, this was a quarterback ranking at the tail end of the season, and it wasn't just based on the year guys had. It was their kind of de facto, here's where quarterbacks rank in the league right now coming off of 2025. And I would have thought, again, that Jaden Daniels would be somewhere right in the back end of the top 10. So I open this up and I start digging and then I start scrolling and I get out of the top 10 and I find CJ Stroud at 13, which felt very early, but I still haven't seen Daniels. I see Sam Darnold at 14, fresh off a Super Bowl. I could make the case for him with a ring and with 3 Pro Bowls, having done it now twice in 2 organizations over 2 years, playing at a top 10 or 12 level. I could make the case for him being a top half of the league quarterback, no problem. Jalen Hurts is 15 on this list. They've got Brock Purdy at 16, who I've always thought is a passenger with great weapons and a great scheme who's elevated by what's around him. But you also have to give him some credit. He's a really good player. Last year for Brock Purdy was not as impressive. 20 touchdowns, 10 picks, 2,100 yards for him. A one-time Pro Bowler, but he was 3rd in EPA per play. But this Ringer listing of quarterbacks had Jaden Daniels 18th. 18th. Far too low for me. And hopefully, as you're listening locally, far too low for you, based on a 2-year sample where one was exceptional and one was the struggle bus. But this is no different than the conversations we have, in my opinion, with Dan Quinn. How do you feel about DQ as a head coach? It's not that different than the dialogue we have about Adam Peters as a general manager. How do you feel about him right now? Peters has an NFC championship game and a 12-loss season on his resume, as does Dan Quinn. And Daniels has one banner year and one disappointing year. It makes it really, really hard in the big picture, I think, to grade all three of those guys out at the most important spots organizationally outside of ownership: GM, head coach, quarterback, because of the juxtaposition from year one to year two. I mean, you can't be more antithetical going year to year than what we saw from Washington, 12 wins to 12 losses. And the people that often pay the price with their reputation nationally, with how folks feel about them, are the GM and the head coach, and the quarterback, who's going to wear too much of the blame always and maybe get too much of the credit sometimes too. But I would say that while I understand some of the rankings, like Baker Mayfield's got 40 touchdown seasons on his resume and is a two-time Pro Bowler, it's not crazy to rank him above Jaden Daniels. It's a different conversation than would you rather have Baker Mayfield or Jaden Daniels. Mayfield, who's 30, and Daniels, who's going into year 3. But again, if you're just saying right now this second, ranking quarterbacks in the NFL, having Purdy, having Hurts, who's won a Super Bowl, having Darnold, who's won a Super Bowl, having Mayfield or Jared Goff, who puts up eye-popping numbers every year, is coming off another 34 touchdowns, 8 picks over Jaden Daniels. It's not egregious after last season. It might have been after his first season. But that's where I tee up the topic with you guys next on the phones at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. First question is he still in the top 10? And I'll give you my answer. Going into the season, are there 10 quarterbacks that you would list above Jaden Daniels in a ranking? And then second, where do you have him among NFL quarterbacks right now? Because there is a gargantuan difference between Keim saying he's 10th, Schlereth saying he's just outside the top 10, and the Ringer and Ruiz having him all the way down outside of the bottom half of the league at number 18 overall, which was heavily weighted, clearly, on last season. Their breakdown in a sentence: a stylish playmaker with mounting injury and accuracy concerns. I'll give you the injury concerns. Yes, the accuracy wasn't the same last year. I'm chalking that up to some uncontrollable things with practice time. I still think that it's a major plus and a strength of Jaden Daniels's, not a weakness when you talk about the accuracy column. But you can see how much things change and how quickly in this league after a year where you don't play but about half the time and you have 8 touchdowns and 3 picks. You've gone from the belle of the ball that everybody wants to celebrate to now people are throwing dirt and saying, I'm not so sure. Such a week-to-week league, and as we take the 10,000-foot view here on May 22nd, a year-to-year league in the way of how we view players. But we'll get into our rankings next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nationals getting set for a 6-game road trip. They'll begin with 3 in Atlanta, taking on the Braves. 7:15, can hear the game right here on the Fan. Richard Lovelady going to serve as an opener for Miles Michaelis. Bryce Elder starts for Atlanta. In hockey, last night, Eastern Conference Finals Game 1, the Canadians beat the Hurricanes 6-2 to take a 1-0 series lead. Tonight, Game 2 between the Golden Knights and the Avalanche. Vegas leads the series 1-0. In basketball last night, the Knicks took a 2-0 series lead over the Cavaliers, beating them 109-93. They go now to Cleveland up 2-0. Thunder and Spurs game 3 tonight. The series tied at a game apiece. That'll be at 8:30. Also, the Giants are unsure if Malik Neighbors is going to be ready for the beginning of the season, according to Adam Schefter. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Takori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Takori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Coming up at 3 o'clock, a very special segment on Grant and Danny. The fellas don't quite know what they're in for just yet. They're about to find out. So there's only 4 of us here. It almost feels like one of those summer shows where everyone in the building has gone home. Like you're turning on lights in rooms at the end of the day that should have been on at 6 a.m. But it's only us. So I said, well, look, if the guys are going to have to be in here working when everyone else is getting drunk and being merry out at a bar, we might as well get some goodies. So about a week and a half ago, Fanatics had a clearance sale. And one of our guys from Condori and Murad hit me up. They're like, you know about this Fanatics sale? And I said, no, tell me more. Like, it's a full-on clearance sale. You got to go check it out. It was till the end of the night, I guess. And so I get on, and I'm just hopping around, and I'm starting to see some fun little items that could make for good presents. Next thing you know, I've thrown 23 things in my cart for everybody here at the show. And I got some stuff from my kids. My daughter today's wearing a Commanders cheerleading outfit. My son's got a new T-shirt. But I got a bunch of stuff. Danny's not here today, so he's going to have to wait to open his presents. But at 3 o'clock, you guys can open some of the things that I got you from the Fanatics clearance sale. I ended up putting over $2,000 worth of items in the cart because it shows you what it should cost. And then it shows you on the clearance sale what it did cost. And just so you know, before you guys get overly excited about what you're about to add to your wardrobes, my goal was to not spend more than $5 on any one item. Okay, so this wasn't just like on clearance. This is extremely on clearance. Now, there are a few things I went up to like $7.99, $9.99. There are a few things I stumbled into that I thought, oh, Darius would love this. Toby would be all in on this. But they were like $19. Respectfully, we didn't do that. So it's a lot of $5 purchases. But I think you guys will have a good time with it.
Yeah, luckily I've made it for the show now, Grant.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the radio show, Hokey Altizer.
This week can end whenever it would like to. Monday, I was late for the first time ever because 66, random stop. My brakes decided to stop working. And then Friday, I capped it off with traffic being horrendous because there's droplets coming out of the sky and everybody forgot how to drive.
I didn't even think about this. You didn't get here on time Monday either.
No.
Because you got into what we call a fender bender.
Yeah, just, bookending the week with being late. Nothing better.
You got here at like 2:08 in fairness. I wanted to just give you a little time to get situated for your update.
I appreciate that.
Get your bearings about you. But yes, we can now officially let everyone know that Hokey Altizer will be sitting in with me for the remainder of the program. I'd love to make you feel worse, but I don't know what you're supposed to do. I came in today, and they blocked off 2 lanes of 395 with police SUVs, staggered across 2 lanes of traffic.
Yeah.
Backed up the 14th Street Bridge past the Pentagon City exits. For what reason, I don't know. There was no crash. There was no nothing. They were at an exit as if they're detouring you because there's some, 10K being run or whatever. But you could keep going. You didn't have to get off at the exit. Nothing made sense.
Yeah, I mean, the nice part is it's not like there's a lot of people on the road for Memorial Day weekend or anything. So, at least there's no traffic that's already getting added. Yeah, it was a disaster, but we made it.
There is the added variable that it's raining a little bit.
Just a little.
Not a lot, but a little. And that also just completely ruins a commute.
Yes.
But you'll feel better at 3 because you're going to open some fun gifts from your pal.
I love it. I mean, I almost went crazy on the Fanatics sale, so I'm glad someone else did it for me.
Yes. I didn't get you quite the gear that you have right now. If you're watching on YouTube, Toby's going full hokey on us. He's got a nice Virginia Tech cap and a beautiful quarter zip as well. That looks team issued. That looks like something you get when you work the pregame and postgame
show. I wish it was something I got for working the pre and post show.
That was a purchase, was it?
It was a purchase, yes.
A good-looking purchase.
Thank you.
All right, so while you were battling traffic to get into the show, I was talking about this top 10 quarterback conversation that's reared its head the last couple days. And it's funny, not even locally, but on a national level, Jaden Daniels seems to be squarely in the middle of it.
Big time.
He was the cutoff at number 10 for Mina Kimes, and there were people on both sides of the aisle saying, wait a second, you don't have Matt Stafford, you can't have Daniels on if you're basing this on a 3-year rolling grade. Well, he's only got 2 years. The problem with the logic that you can't put Daniels on with only 2 seasons for the 3-year rolling grade is that her top 10 includes Drake May at number 5 and Caleb Williams at number 8. Now, Drake May has had a good year and a spectacular year. Caleb Williams has had a mediocre year and a really good year. And I guess they're banking in the trajectory of those players as well. And then they've got Daniels as a third member of that 2024 draft class at number 10. I have no problem with him being as low as 10. I think the better question actually is he, right now at this moment, a top 10 QB? We're going to hit the phones on this in just a second at 800-636-1067. Based on this, I'm assuming, and the big conversation on ESPN, Mark Schlereth was asked yesterday about this. He said he currently does not have him in the top 10. Obviously, in 2024, he did. But he said after last year, he's fallen out. I think that's a reasonable national take.
I think it is reasonable because when you go through the list and you start looking at the guys that are definitively ahead, we can argue about some of these different guys, and we will. But like Mahomes is ahead. That's one. Allen,
let's do
Stafford.
That. Let's go with the guys you're putting in, like play Sharpie or pencil here. Mahomes is Sharpie.
Yes, no question. Josh Allen, Sharpie.
Sharpie, easy.
Matt Stafford. That one's interesting because this guy, in my thought process when we're doing this sort of an exercise, who would you take over the next 10 years? Obviously Daniels, because he's going to play 10 years versus Stafford's probably only playing maybe 2 more years.
Or 2 more weeks, depending on that back.
Exactly. If I have to win a game tomorrow, Stafford's probably ahead.
You cannot put Jaden Daniels ahead of Matt Stafford in a good faith conversation.
So that's why I think that list that ESPN did was a little bit crazy to not have him higher on the list. But Stafford, Sharpie for me. 4,700
yards, 46 touchdowns, and 8 picks last year. MVP, he's on. You did not mention the other 2 guys on what I believe to be the current Mount Rushmore. Feels like there's always like a 4-quarterback group, the 4 horsemen. Forever it was like Brady, Breeze, Manning, and Rodgers. Right now that's Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, and Burrow. Yep. So I think Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow are also Sharpie.
Correct.
So that's 5 guys, delicious burgers and fries, that are better than Jaden Daniels that you have to list above him.
Correct.
Before you get to what I would perceive to be now tier 2. Like I put Stafford as the best of the rest after the big 4, especially after last season. And now I'm going to take a breath and we'll go to tier 2.
Okay.
All right. So tier 2, some of these guys you can debate Daniels with.
Correct.
It's based on how much weight are you throwing behind 2024? So, do you have a ranking over there that you've done?
Yes.
I do as well. Who's your number 6?
Right now, I have Drake May.
I like that. I tried to push Drake May down the board as low as I could because anytime I say his name, everyone
do you like Drake May?
A little bit. Everyone calls me fat and disgusting and that they hate my guts, or worse things that are really, really inappropriate to call someone for no reason. But I pushed him down to number 9 on my list.
Okay.
For fear of everyone calling me terrible things.
Look, like I could quibble with some of these, but I think May is fantastic last season.
I think after last year, based on the 2-year profile, it would be really tough to put Daniels ahead of May right now in a top 10.
Correct.
All right, so we'll put Drake May. We'll agree on that. That's 6. So now Daniels is at 7 at best. Who do you have? Well, I'll give you my 6th. I've got Justin Herbert 6th.
Okay, he was down at 9 for me, so we flip-flop those.
Oh, okay, interesting. Herbert, he is totally one of these guys that I'm always going to have a little higher than most based on skills, traits, attributes. There's a little more bark than bite. 2-time Pro Bowler, hasn't really done it in the postseason at any point. Middle of the pack CPOE, EPA per play was 21st last year. I think he is...
Got an MVP vote, by the way.
He did get an MVP vote, stunningly. I think he is a victim of a really bad offensive line.
Yes.
As well. And it wasn't by design. They lost both of their tackles. But I think that hurt him last season as he had 26 touchdowns and 13 picks. But did you have Daniels behind him?
I do. He's one that I could argue with.
Okay, so let's not put him in Sharpie then. Let's put him in pencil. I'll move him over to the side. I have Dak Prescott 7th.
Okay, I have him as someone that I could argue. I didn't put anyone at 10 because I think Daniels is fighting with I would say four other quarterbacks.
See, I think Dak's one of those guys, you can't really make a case for me right now that Daniels is better than.
Sure.
Every single year, Dak puts up monster numbers, plays at a fringe MVP level, legitimately. Last year, it's 30-10. It's just yawn, get off the bus. If he doesn't get hurt, 4,500 yards, 30 touchdowns, 4 Pro Bowls. I guess those don't matter anymore because Shedeur Sanders was a Pro Bowl. EPA per play 7th. CPOE, which is my favorite quarterback stat. For those of you that don't know what that is, completion percentage over expected. I love this stat. It's super nerdy, but it's basically with all the ball tracking and chip data now and everything we have. With the average quarterback, is that a completed pass out of your hand? And if you're above average, so like a 1% above average, CPOE means you complete 1% more than the average quarterback. Dak last year was plus 2.2, which came in at 12th in the NFL in that category. Drake May was number 1, but some of the guys you'd expect.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow was 5th. Jordan Love was 3rd. Caleb Williams is going to be terrible in that stat, 34, because he's not accurate. But I think that Dak has to be on the top 10, and unless we're being homers, he's got to be above Jaden after last year.
I think there can be a little bit of a discussion with that one, but I don't have an issue if you want to put him ahead because Dak has shown to be really, really consistent. I would say the one thing that, and I know you're not a quarterback wins guy, obviously, but I think there has to be something to be said for what Jaden was able to do down the stretch of 24, that Dak, even though he puts up gaudy numbers year in, year out, has not shown that ability to do consistently, playing really good in the clutch. And obviously, the injury last year for Jaden, the injuries, like he barely played last season, and when he did, he didn't play all that well. Versus Dak, he did have the injury, but for the most part in his career, especially now in the later half, he's played fantastic football.
Right.
He's underrated, in my opinion.
It's harder for a guy like Dak, Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, those pocket passers that are not going to make plays with their feet. It's never going to look like they're winning the game for you.
Correct.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. When
Jaden Daniels beat the Atlanta Falcons in the overtime, he ran on like 4 of the final 7 plays. He ran around before the 3 throws. Like, it's very, I'm about to go be a high school football athlete who's better than everybody else.
Yeah, winning pre-snap versus post-snap.
Exactly. Dak's doing that by throwing to the right guy at the right time with ball placement. It's just not as sexy.
Correct.
Right? So, but I'm going to put him above there. So I'm going to say we now have 7. I've got a handful of other names here that I think are in the conversation. But my top 10 includes Jordan Love from Green Bay.
Okay, he's a fringe guy for me.
Jared Goff of the Lions now. Every year is just kind of set it and forget it. Yep. 30 touchdowns, 10 or fewer picks. And then the last guy I've got in, which this will be divisive. I did not think I would. I debated between him and Darnold and Purdy and some others. I've got Caleb Williams at number 10 now after last year.
Okay.
Feels too high for me. But again, Mina Kimes has him, I think, 8th on her list, which feels crazy.
So for me, the non-debatable ones right now that I have, that you've mentioned, we've already talked about the top 6 with May being there. I think Darnold definitively is in the top 10 after the way that he played last season and played into the playoffs.
I've got Darnold at 11. I have no problem with that. It's 2 teams, 2 cities, 2 offenses, and he just won a Super Bowl by being lights out.
Jared Goff is also in that top 10. You mentioned him.
Yeah.
So that's my 8. So then Jaden Daniels is in the mix for either 9 or 10, in my opinion, with Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, Caleb Williams, Dak Prescott. I think you laid out a great case for Dak Prescott being ahead.
So if you had to do a ranking right now, does Daniels make your top 10 and where?
I probably would put him at 10 because I would take him over Jordan Love, Caleb Williams, and Dak Prescott.
Okay. Right now, this moment, I would go Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, Stafford 1 through 5.
Mm-hmm.
I have Dak at 6 with Herbert right there at 7, and take them however you want to. Then I've got Jordan Love, Jared Goff, Caleb Williams to round out my top 10. No Daniels yet. Daniels is now squarely in the conversation. Throw him in a blender, starting at 11. I think I would have Darnold 11, Purdy 12, and then I'm going to slot Daniels in over Jalen Hurts, who I've always kind of liked a little less than the average Bear. I think he's very limited as a passer.
Yeah.
Great football player. Winner, but he's limited as a passer. So I'm going to put Hurts 14 and Baker Mayfield 15. So I would have Jaden Daniels 13. And I think I'm kind of baking in the fact that I love the kid, that he's a worker, that he does everything the right way. Because I think, honestly, putting him over Hurts is nationally could be difficult right now. Putting him over Baker Mayfield, who recently threw for 40 touchdowns, could be difficult. So I don't think I'm being disrespectful to 5, putting him at 13.
No, I think it's just being realistic to what you saw this past season from Jaden. And it's not to say that's why, to me, I've got him in a group with like 5 guys that you're debating about 9 and 10, because if he has a season that is 80% of what we saw in 24, he immediately jumps ahead of all those guys.
I think as long as he's in somewhere above 17, you kind of can have a legitimate
he's a top
conversation.
half of the league quarterback. There's no question about it in my mind.
I want to take calls on this next. 800-636-1067. Do you go into the year with Daniels in your top 10 quarterbacks? This is the Fan. Danny is in Vegas. Grant Paulson hanging out with you. Toby Altizer and the fellas alongside today. We'll take you up to 6:30 Nats baseball tonight in the 7 o'clock hour there in Atlanta to take on the Braves, although there is some rain in the forecast in hot Atlanta, so we'll keep you abreast of whether or not first pitch will go on as scheduled. Right now we're talking about whether or not Jaden Daniels is a top 10 quarterback. Mina Kimes had him 10th. ESPN debated it throughout the day. Mark Schlereth suggested you can't put him in the top 10 after last season. I've got him 13, and that's about as high as I could put him. Originally had him in the 14-15 range after last year. Toby, you've got him a little closer to the top 10.
Yeah, I think after debating with some of the guys that I have in that 9, 10, 11, 12 range, I'll have him at 10. So he just rounds out my top 10 right behind Justin Herbert.
It's just hard. When you think about it, you go, oh, he's definitely a top 10. Like, that at least is how I felt. I'm like, yeah, he'll be a top 10 quarterback. Then you actually go through the names and you go, I can't put him above the big boys, Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, MVP Stafford. After last year, you can't put him above guys like Dak or Drake May or maybe even Jared Goff with the consistency, or Sam Darnold, who won the Super Bowl and has been great for 2 straight years. So now you're into the back end of the top 10 before you can really even slot him in. Let's go to Chris in Raleigh listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Chris? How are you?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Very well, thanks.
Awesome. I agree with you, Grant. I got him around 12, 13, maybe 14. And it pains me to say this. I love the guy, and I don't think it necessarily has anything or a lot to do with the performance. When he's on the field, he's dynamic. He's a gamer. He can hit all the throws. But it's not just an injury. It's injuries, elbow, knees, ribs last year. He's taken the most hits. I mean, I don't think he has that number anymore because he missed so much time last year. But the guy takes a lot of hits. Now, how much of that was, Cliff and, hopefully Blau protects him a little bit more, and hopefully no more QB draws first game back from a knee injury, I hope. But, that's part of the, are the injuries a feature or a bug of his, right? Is that something he's going to be able to work out? But as of right now, he's just missed too much time. And availability is a huge component of this.
Massive. Now, I will say with guys like Dak, who are higher on the list, they've had some injury-riddled seasons too, right? But you're talking about one half of his 2 years have been that way at this point. I think a lot of people come down on him for the performance last year, because when we talk injuries, you think, did he play or did he not play? I think about practice time and time on task with his teammates as well. This is also not permanent. To say right now that he's 13, 15, 16, whatever it is, doesn't mean that's where you think he'll be in a year. Ideally, he plays this coming year like he did in 24. And guess what, Toby? He's back into the top 7 or 8, possibly.
Correct.
You could easily change this. Neil in Columbia, what's up?
Hey, I have him in the top 5. I would even put him at number 4. The thing that you guys aren't considering him when you compare him to guys like Joe Burrow and Matt Stafford and Dak Prescott is, who is he throwing to? You're bashing him over his 2025 season when his wide receiver 1 was Deebo Samuel. The league was so impressed with Deebo Samuel's performance that he's unemployed right now. I mean, Dak is throwing to George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. Stafford is throwing to Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, and I could go on. And they're also throwing to better running backs. They're throwing to Kyron Williams. Even Javonte Williams is better than any running back on the Commanders. So, Burrow gets hurt as much as Jaden Daniels does, if you want to be realistic about it, and he's not mobile either, and he's got, fantastic weapons that he's throwing to. I'd rather have Jaden Daniels and his mobility.
I think you're in the minority on him over Burrow, I'll be honest. But your first point's a really good one, which is he does not have the supporting cast of a lot of the guys on this list. Now, Mahomes or Allen don't have a great supporting cast. That's a different conversation. But if he's talking specifically Dak with Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, if he's talking about, even Caleb Williams, where they loaded up some weapons last year, had a great rookie tight end, Jared Goff with the system insulating him, plus the offensive line, plus the weapons. I think that's a fair enough argument.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I don't think you can put him in the top 5 because of it, because if you're going to do that and we're just going off of what they look like and stuff like that and potential, then Justin Herbert would be a top 5 quarterback in a lot of these things. And he doesn't always have the best offensive line or supporting cast or whatever you want to make it. So I get your argument. I can't put him top 5 because of that, though.
It's a really good argument to move him higher than we have him.
Correct.
Back end top 10. But again, if you're saying right now the second Jaden Daniels is a top 5 quarterback in the league, you're wearing burgundy and gold while you're doing it. And that's fine. That's our listeners. That's you and I. We got that gear too. We're fans of the player. We want him to thrive. But that's really, really hard case to sell, I would say.
Yeah, I think he is a fringe top 10 guy, and there's no problem with that because I've seen him play at a level in 2024 that took you to an NFC championship game. So I'm not doubting that he can get back to that level, but you also have to acknowledge what happened in 2025 with the injuries. And also, as much as we talk about the injuries, when he did get on the field, he didn't look quite like the same player. And I think there's explanations, excuses, whatever you want to call it, as to why that happened. You look back to the second half of the Chargers game, that's really the only time we saw Jaden look like Jaden again. So hopefully he does that all in 2026, and we definitely have him in the top 10 next year.
The boys will open some presents, start our next segment. And speaking of gifts, the Giants are keeping Joe Shane around. We'll talk about that on Grant and Danny.
No parade today for the Grant Danny Show as the Nationals fell to the Mets yesterday, but they'll look to get above 500 as they begin a 6-game road trip, starting with 3 in Atlanta, starting tonight, 7:15 first pitch right here on the Fan. Richard Lovelady gets the ball for the Nationals as an opener for Miles Michaelis. Bryce Elder, the righty, goes to the hill for Atlanta. He is 4-2 with a 2.01 ERA. Nats and Braves, 7:15 right here on the Fan. Hockey, Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 last night. The Canadiens beat the Hurricanes 6-2. Tonight, Game 2 for the Western Conference Finals. Vegas leads the series 1-0, Golden Knights and Avalanche. In the NBA playoffs, Western Conference Finals Game 3 tonight, Thunder and Spurs. 8:30 tip-off for that one in San Antonio. That series is tied at a game apiece. Last night, the Knicks took a 2-0 series lead, beating the Cavs 109-93. That series will now shift to Cleveland. And NFL news, Adam Schefter saying earlier today that the Giants are unsure if Malik Neighbors is going to be ready for the beginning of the season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny, exclusively sponsored by the law firm Kondori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family, so schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention the show to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Road ahead today in 1 hour at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz, which will be jam-packed. We've got tickets for somebody for the final time this week to win the opportunity to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan right here on us on 106.7 The Fan. So make sure you're listening at 4 if you want those. 5 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Bobby Marks of ESPN, who today suggested he's predicting a 3-year contract extension for Trae Young, which I'm not that excited about.
Yeah.
That stings the nostrils. We'll talk to Bobby about that. And this is hot off the presses. Barry Svrluga's going to stop by at 6. He's got a column he just dropped on The Athletic today on Alex Ovetkin and whether or not he's going to come back. But Barry's got some details that I found interesting. I was just reading this during the break. Ovi's apparently peppering the front office with all kinds of questions about the roster and the plan and what they're trying to do and if he comes back, if he doesn't come back. So I guess that at least tells us that the dialogue has begun, which is very important to me because I would like resolution before free agency.
It's not a Rodgers in the dark situation, at least.
No, literally and figuratively.
Yeah.
I don't think Ovi's doing the ayahuascas trying to figure out his future.
Darkness retreat for Ovi?
Yeah, that would be a bummer. By the way, before we get to the gifts that I want everyone to open here. So my buddy does this bit where he has a place that he vacations at in Puerto Rico. But he lands in Puerto Rico, and then he has to take this tiny plane the size of a golf cart. Handful of miles to this little island where his place is, where he vacations.
Yeah.
Okay? Look at this picture he just sent me. He was explaining to me this flight that he goes on that's 4 minutes long where they're just right above the water.
Is it a seaplane or?
No, it's a real plane. And I'm in a million years, I wouldn't do that. That plane, I'm not getting on that plane. I see that plane on the news once every couple of months. That ain't the plane I want to be on. But he just sent me a picture of the golf cart next to the plane. It's basically half the size of what he and his family take to go land to get out at their little Airbnb. Would you do that?
Absolutely.
Oh, no chance. I mean, come on. You're asking for something terrible to happen. Would you do that, Darius?
Those little planes terrify me.
Oh, come on.
This is smaller than you think, by the way.
Oh, no.
This, I don't know if you can see this picture. This golf cart is a third the size of the airplane that he's getting on. To fly for 10 minutes from when they take off to when they land.
Yeah, it ain't that bad.
And he showed me a video of being on it. It sounded like it sounded like you're not on a real plane. It's like, and it felt to me like you were in a golf cart in the sky, swinging back and forth on some King's Dominion ride. I'm like, there is no chance I'm doing that. Zippy.
I mean, they're probably only flying that on next to perfect weather, so you don't have to worry about much turbulence and stuff like that. Be fine. You're just a little puddle jumper.
All right, Strobes, I need you to come get the bags. So this is going to be Toki here. All right. You got a nice Caps bag here. I don't know if my wife wants these bags back or not, but you guys can just keep them.
That's a silly bag.
Okay. Darius got a silly Commanders bag.
Whoa.
You're gonna be. That's better than anything in the bag, by the way.
Okay.
So don't get too excited. And then that should be you, Strober. I don't know what kind of. That's just a weird bag you got. TJ Maxx or something.
Let's go. Pork pies, steak pies, all sorts of pies.
Unfortunately, we didn't have a Wizards bag for Locked On Strobes over there. But Toby, you get it started. Just dig in and grab your first item out. Now, this, for people just joining us that don't know what's going on, Fanatics had a clearance sale. Everything that was normally expensive was super cheap because no one wants it anymore. I just went to basically an online yard sale.
Yeah.
And just grabbed some stuff that I thought would be fun for the guys.
All right, first item. Here we go. Virginia Tech Hokies hat.
All right, a Virginia Tech Hokies hat. I saw a Hokies hat for a couple bucks. I said Toby would want that.
This is a very interesting hat.
That's a good way to put it.
It says Hokies in script, Virginia Tech right above it. And the front is maroon. The back is maroon. The side panels are orange.
They are. It's a good way to put it.
It looks like a propeller hat for the Hokies.
Snapback Hokies hat.
Yeah, you can rock this.
So there you go.
That
All right.
screams Hokie Altizer. Right
Item
there.
number 1 for Hokie Altizer. He has to take off a Hokies hat to put on a new Hokies hat at this point. All right, Strobes, go in for item number 1 for you. Boys had to stay back, didn't get to make the beach trip. No problem. We're going to open some presents. That's what we're going to do. What is your first item over there, Strobes?
All right, we got a T-shirt, Battle Black Commanders Edition. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to have to open this up to see
go
who it
ahead.
even
Dig
is.
in there. I will say Strobes did a little better than you guys because every single size that was available was Ben Strober friendly.
Let's go.
As you climb up the ladder a little bit.
Youth medium?
Oh, man.
What do we-
How about this? Carolina Tar Heel Sam Howell, Battle Black jersey.
Let's go.
Sam Howell Jersey.
Sice.
That
Hard-
is silly.
Hard to beat that.
He's
I mean-
better than Drake May.
I don't know why there's a clearance for Sam Howell Commanders jerseys.
Yeah, that should be full price.
14 Howell there? That's the good stuff. Very nice. All right, Darius, your first item, if you would, please. The Fanatics clearance sale, the yard sale item that I grabbed.
Please tell me it's a Jason Tatum jersey.
Uh-oh. What is it?
It is while it is Celtics green, it is not a Jason Tatum memorabilia. Thankfully, it's actually a snapback hat with the brand Sprite on it.
Sprite hat.
Sprite.
A silly
that would be
Sprite.
the soda brand Quench Your Thirst.
That's kind of dope.
Look at that. I actually love
The
this.
only things I got for myself, by the way, were 2 Coca-Cola hats that you'll be seeing a lot of on the YouTube stream in the days ahead
Pretty silly.
of the 23 items.
I actually legitimately love this. It goes with the green shirt that I'm wearing today.
Yeah, it's a perfect
I
fit.
think this is absolutely perfect. Put it on
Legit a
right now.
sick hat.
Got a rope on it, too. It's a snapback.
Yeah, I never understand the new rope on hats bit, but
Big
it's a
rope
good
on
look.
hat guy.
Yeah, it's growing on me.
It's not
I
bad.
get it.
All right, Toby, go back in there. What else you got there?
All right. This is admittedly hilarious. This is one that we could play. Who is in Toby's bag?
Let's ride, Toby.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
Oh my God.
Russell Wilson,
Huh?
Denver Broncos jersey, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's a keeper there. That is a Russell Wilson jersey for Toby Altizer. Add that to your collection.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
I figured that looked good in the closet.
Yeah, why not?
There's going to be a story one day down the road when, like, jersey 157 on your sheet. People are like, why do you have a Russell Wilson Broncos jersey?
I guess I'm going to throw this one on. Let's see.
Yeah, why not?
That's easily the 1 seed so far.
Yeah,
That's the 1 seed.
That might end up
gift
the
right
1
now.
seed. That was my favorite find.
The best part is you said you were trying to stay to $5. I don't know how much you spent on this, but I probably couldn't have been much more than $5.
$3.99. Again,
perfect.
all of it, I might as well have been shopping at 5 and below. Pretty much everything I
fantastic.
got was under $5. Strobes, get back in there. What else you got?
All right, I already got it in my hand. I haven't
Yeah.
looked at it yet. Let's see. Ooh, wait, I can't really. It looks like another Commander's item.
All right, big Commander's Hall for Strober.
I'm getting sized now. Let's see what we got here. Looks like maybe Washington football team actually.
Okay.
Got the numbers on the helmet. Circa 2020 Fanatics.
Oh, I thought that was the ugliest shirt ever. So that is a Commander. It's like the Washington football team helmet with the numbers.
The whiffed.
00.
Exactly.
Tristan Vukcevic.
That's the other bit.
I hated that they did that when they had those.
Look at that. It's got double zeros.
I
on
hate
it.
that.
It's
Can
a-
we just
it's-
put a number on there, please?
It's pretty nubs, but I could wear it to the gym.
Yeah, that's a gym shirt. I feel like that could work out for you.
I like
By the
that.
way, how good does Toby's Russell Wilson jersey look?
It actually looks
The
phenomenal.
YouTube stream in the comments. That he looks like he was born to wear that jersey.
Yeah.
It goes with the Hokies hat too.
Yeah.
All right, Dad, go back in there. What else do you got?
I don't look as good in the Russell Wilson as the Sprite hat for Derek. That fits him. Like that's.
I'm in love with the Sprite hat.
Sprite hat's pretty strong.
Is an absolute banger.
Sprite hat was a good find.
All right, so we got a shirt. We got to open it up. I see a Commanders block W on it that everyone hates. I don't mind it. I like the block W. All right, so yeah, this shirt will not fit me. It will go on the wall. It is a plain black T-shirt that has the block Commanders W across it.
It's a white flag behind it, like they waved most of last year.
It's like the one that they had. Remember that was like the state of Washington's state with the block W on the mugs.
Yeah,
looks a little bit like
that. But it was the wrong state.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like no, Washington D.C., Washington State, not the same. I figured that could be a good undershirt though. Like maybe throw that under a jersey or something.
Yeah, I like that. That. That's
place.
I have like a collection of like giveaway shirts from Nats games and Wizards games and stuff that I hang on my wall. That,
very good.
You know, if I'm ever on stream, you can see in my stream background. I think this would go nicely.
We're gonna see that while he's playing Madden.
Yeah.
All right, Toby.
Let's see another jersey.
Oh, a jersey.
And I see
what do we got here?
I see a black Commanders jersey. This can't be a current player. Oh, this will not fit me. I do actually have a jersey of this guy already. This looks like a kid's XL.
Okay.
Jahan Dotson.
Jahan Dotson, ladies and gentlemen.
I also don't think he ever wore these.
That definitely didn't. He was not in the black Commanders.
No, he never wore these.
He got cut before the season.
So maybe
started.
I can send this to Jahan.
You could. Strober, you might actually benefit from that. You might be able to slide that one on.
Maybe, but he did wear those. Didn't he catch a touchdown in Dallas wearing that?
I don't
Carson
think so.
Wentz threw it?
Oh, maybe.
I'll double check it, but I think he did.
Dotson?
I think Ben's right on this one.
Maybe he's right.
His rookie season.
Yep.
He definitely wore him his rookie season.
All right.
I've crossed so much of that out of my memory.
Yeah.
And I'm a Jahan guy, but geez.
I could tell you that Noah Brown caught a Hail Mary in those. That's about the extent of my terrible Commanders.
It's a silly jersey, though.
It's a good-looking jersey. Absolutely. All right, Strober, you're next. What else do you have here?
I'm psyched about this. Let's see.
This was $2,000+ of purchases for $129.
Ooh, we got a baseball cap snapback Washington Nationals, but let me get it open here so I can give you a little bit more detail. It says Washington Nationals has a curly W on, but it's kind of in this like belt buckle looking thing on the front. But I do like this. It's a trucker hat, and I'm definitely going to wear it.
Brown leather was a little bit aggressive, I thought. I didn't love that hat, but it's
Oh, I like that.
It's not terrible.
I like that.
It's
a good look.
It's less gag gift, more you could actually wear it to a game.
It kind of matches that blue hat that you got from spring training that you've been rocking.
Yeah,
that's a
good
good hat.
But it's just a different color, obviously.
This could either be a wearing hat or it could be a Locked On Wizards podcast setup hat. There's some potential here.
You just got out of the shower, you didn't do your hair, you throw a hat on.
Yeah.
I think that could work. All right, Dad, your last
All right, my last item is a jersey. It's a Commanders jersey.
Oh, that's exciting.
We are going to open it up here. It is not the new one, of course. This will be the Commanders that everyone hated.
The one that they changed because it wasn't any good.
This is, oh, God.
What's wrong?
It's old 99 Chase Young Commanders jersey.
Chase Young.
I told him he was going to get that. Did I not call it?
You did call it.
Chase Young, let's go.
So it is the Commanders rebranded, not the new rebrand, but the original rebrand. Chase Young 99 jersey in burgundy.
Good way to commemorate the great segment when his dad called in and talked about how often he was double-teamed and triple-teamed.
That is a thing that actually happened, yes.
So
His
enjoy
dad
your
called in to
Chase
react.
Young jersey.
Yes, and I will say, this jersey got too much heat. I actually did like this Commanders jersey. I hated the white jersey.
The white was horrendous.
I did like the Commanders
Burgundy?
burgundy and gold. Yeah.
It was the best of three bad jerseys.
Yes, correct.
It was
Of the
Orgo.
three jerseys, it was the best. Yes.
Best
so by
of the
default.
bad ideas. I always said that they basically got three different groups together and said, make a jersey. Yours has to be black, yours has to be white, yours has to be burgundy. There's no symmetry between the three whatsoever. It was like three group projects.
None at all.
And the people that did the burgundy did the best job. It was just like a 4 out of 10. But the other ones are a 1. So collectively, I'd say they did okay.
I've got two more things here. I don't
Yeah.
know if you're trying to tell me something here or I need to get on something here, but
Okay.
I have a little Brewers onesie,
No.
a baby.
So that's for whenever Toby has his first child. It's a Brewers baby onesie for Toby. I don't know when you're going to have your first child.
You know what? I think I have. I think I have some family out there that might be expecting. So,
There you go.
maybe we can send that
Are
their
you?
way.
Do you think you're close to having your first child?
No,
Okay, not at this juncture.
no.
Well, let's move along in the process.
Yeah, there are some other things necessary for that to happen.
Like
You know.
Brewers onesie, baby Topes. Imagine a cute little 2-month-old version of Toby in that little Brewers one.
Baby Brookie.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my.
Brookie Altizer. What's your last one? This is like you're close to the pin. You might as well finish this.
Yeah, this one will be fun to see because I noticed that this looks like a current Super Bowl era jersey. So I need to see who it is. I see a number 8. Oh, this was my guy.
Big fan of this guy.
This was my guy. This is a B-Rob jersey.
B-Rob, let's go.
Super Bowl era B-Rob.
Brian Robinson jersey. Let's go.
Indeed.
I love it.
Good haul. 5 and below. Clearance sale. You got anything left over there, Stropes?
I have 2 items.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's start with the first one. This is a turquoise.
Oh, I still don't know what this team is, by the way.
I can't tell what it is based on looking at it. It's like a penny of some sort. Oh, the New York Riptide Lacrosse.
Yes.
In the National Lacrosse League. Not the
Lacrosse.
PLL.
I thought it would make sense because you play pickup basketball, so you could go like shirts, skins, pennies, that kind of thing.
Yeah, this is niche for sure. I like that. I played lacrosse in high school. I commentate a lot of lacrosse. So
There we
yeah.
go.
Riptide.
Are you a Riptide guy? Are you familiar with their outfit?
Oh yeah. Huge mark actually.
They run a good program, don't they?
All right, should I close the book here?
Yeah,
One more
close
item?
it out. Let's go. Slam the door, Dickie Lovelady. What do you got?
All right, let's go. We got some sort of graphic tee here. Let's see. I gotta open it up to see what this.
I was psyched about this.
Oh,
Strober
okay.
will have no file, but I was butt psyched for this.
No file. Let's see. Trying to get it open. It's taking me a minute here.
Oh my goodness.
What is this? Boys in the Hood T-shirt. Okay.
Oh man, that's sick.
Let's go.
Why was that on
Okay,
Fanatics?
That's Ice Cube, Boys in the Hood.
Why is this on Fanatics?
I
That's
don't
a
know.
fantastic shirt.
It was like $4, and I was like, Danny got one of those as well. My favorite thing is I got Danny an Aretha Franklin shirt that says I want to dance with somebody.
Oh my
So
god.
I can't wait to give him that and to see him get upset about it.
I think I'm gonna wear this to my friend's birthday party later.
You should.
Yeah,
That's
pretty
a
sick.
great
This is
shirt.
That is
silly.
an awesome shirt.
There you go.
Thank you, Jeeps.
Shout out to
Yeah, thank you.
Fanatics clearance sale for going full yard sale.
Yeah, I love it.
And you know who hit me up there? This was EB from Condorian Murad.
Yeah.
He's like, bro, are you on this Fanatics sale? I'm like, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. He's like, there's nothing good, but it's awesome. And I was like, and I just thought, that'll be a fun segment
You
one
know
day.
how many jerseys I almost added to the collection? I was like, I can't because I just spent $2,500 at the Masters.
But aren't you glad you got a Russell Wilson?
Fired up. I got a Russell Wilson Broncos jersey.
The only person who likes Russell Wilson as a Bronco more than Toby was Sean Payton. He's the only one. Speaking of gifts, Joe Shane is back with the New York Giants. They're keeping their GM. We'll get into that next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip taking on the Braves for 3 to start tonight. 7:15 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Richard Lovelady going to serve as an opener for Miles Michaelis tonight for the Nationals. Bryce Elder starts for Atlanta. He's 4-2 with a 2.01 ERA. 7:15 Nats and Braves right here on the Fan. Hockey playoffs, game 2 tonight for the Western Conference Finals. Golden Knights and Avalanche. Vegas up 1-0 in that series. Eastern Conference Finals last night. Canadians beat the Hurricanes 6-2 to take the 1-0 series lead. Last night, Eastern Conference Finals on the hardwood. The Knicks took a 2-0 series lead over the Cavaliers, winning 109-93. Tonight, Game 3 between the Thunder and Spurs in San Antonio at 8:30. That series is tied at a game apiece. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny without Danny today. He is on vacay in Vegas. Toby Altizer sitting in. You're listening to the Fan. So I mentioned that the Giants got a deal done with Joe Shane. He will hang around as their general manager, working with John Harbaugh into the future. A multi-year extension. This is one of those stories, Toby, where you find out nobody really knows anything. Do you remember about a year ago at this time when everyone said it's a make or break year? Or then 6 months ago at this time when it was obvious they would be hiring a new head coach because they'd blown Daboll out. And the idea was there's no way they're going to keep Joe Shane and have him heavily involved in that process. Then when they hired John Harbaugh, everybody said, well, Harbaugh is going to be a Ron Rivera-esque, remember the phrase, coach-centric leader where he's going to basically call the shots. He's going to run the show there. Joe Shane's days are numbered. And then the subsequent report, I still remember this from maybe a month ago during free agency, that he was cooked. Him and Harbaugh aren't seeing eye to eye. These are things that were being written about in the New York media, speculated about in the media, and then he gets a multi-year extension, and at least the initial storyline is he and Harbaugh have hit it off and seem to really like working together. Nobody knows anything.
Yeah, as soon as I saw this notification come across the timeline, I audibly laughed. I was like, I don't know what the heck this is. I mean, Joe Shane is the sole reason why we're not getting off-season Hard Knocks anymore, right? That whole process of Saquon Barkley and not bringing him back, and the owner going, oh man, it's going to be tough to see him if he goes to Philadelphia. And sure enough, they go and win a Super Bowl, all that stuff. He's 98% of the reason why we don't have that anymore.
I believe that is why everybody assumed his days were numbered, because you knew the exchanges he's had with ownership about things that blew up. We don't get to see that with everybody. So you don't know how normal it is that an owner will say to a GM, hey, I really hope this doesn't backfire, and then it does. And you still can keep your job if you do enough other things well. But you're right. I mean, the worst thing that ever happened to him was that Hard Knocks series.
100%.
Because he came off looking so badly. Just as an organization, they looked so terribly that he is now the butt of jokes constantly. No matter what he does, no matter who they bring in or how many things he gets right, he has been filed into a category, essentially, of boob.
Mm-hmm.
Unserious. A guy that couldn't land Barkley and that made these public comments. And the videos are still out there. I mean, they still circulate on social media all the time. But how many other executives are just like that, I wonder? He's the one that got exposed. He's the one we saw. Maybe it's more the norm than we think. Danny and I would constantly talk about, do you remember when they hired their coordinator, Bowen from the Titans?
Yeah.
And Brian Daboll, at the time the head coach, offensive-minded, was helping pick the defensive coordinator. So he interviewed with a bunch of these guys, and then he came into the office, and he's like, I really like Bowen. I want to do that. And he's like, okay, why? And we're seeing this on Hard Knocks. I still think it was the best series we ever got because of the access. I don't know if the Giants just didn't actually watch it first to edit things out or what, but they let us see a lot.
Yeah.
But I still remember, Daboll saying, they've ranked 5th against the run last year and 4th the year before that, or whatever the numbers were. And I'm like, dude, you sound like a guy on my fantasy text thread. You have to be looking at more than rushing yards per attempt to determine if this is the coordinator that you want.
Correct.
That was how basic it was. And that was the whole series was like that.
Yeah, it made him look very, very bad. So it's kind of funny to see him get extended. And it's honestly funny looking. You think, okay, maybe there's something where there's a good draft history or something or a reason why he's sticking around. And there really isn't. I mean, when you look back, he took over in 2022. You go back to that draft, Kayvon Thibodeau. You have Evan Neal, who has been a disaster for them. Thibodeau's been up and down. He demolishes Washington, but it's not like he's been anything spectacular for a top 5 pick. Wan'Dale Robinson was good, but you look through the rest of that draft, and there's not a whole lot that's all that impressive. I guess Micah McFadden would be in there. Deonte Banks was the first-round pick the next year. You had Neighbors 2 years ago, who looks like a really good player, but obviously got hurt last year. And it's just like, it's not like there's a great draft history either. So I don't quite get the allure there. But at the same point, maybe John Harbaugh, having worked with him for a couple of months, was like, all right, well, we can make this work and you can be the executive I work with. And, maybe you're not going to be able to get a better executive knowing that they're going to walk into the building and be number 2 in charge.
It is stunning to me that he got an extension because they're 13-38 over the last 3 seasons. 23-25. They're 25 games under 500. He was a GM that took him to the playoffs in year 1, a la Adam Peters. They didn't go to the NFC Championship game, but they did win a playoff game. Effectively, they were 1 win away from what Washington did in his first season. And that was as a 9-7-1 team. It was not 12 wins. But remember, they upset Minnesota on the road. Daniel Jones ate the Vikings for lunch that day, his lone playoff win to this point. And then they ended up getting blown out by the Philadelphia Eagles the following week in round 2 of the playoffs, which is something we can relate to in the nation's capital here when you're going on a nice little run and then the Eagles blow you out of the water. But since then, they have won 13 games and lost 38 games under Shane. And yet, when they fired Daboll, he was the one running the coaching search. He brings in Harbaugh, and it felt like he effectively hired his replacement too. Because by hiring Harbaugh, you brought in a guy that's going to be the CEO of that organization. He is not just going to answer to Joe Shane. Shane likely answers to him. I mean, Harbaugh is coming in there. And remember, that was actually one of the reports that we saw from Schefter, I think it was at the end, because we thought Harbaugh had taken that job days before he actually did. And then everyone's going, well, what's going on? And there was some type of back and forth over final say in personnel, maybe, it sounded like. But the quote from Shane this week, and I just dismissed it when he said it, after the draft, he was sitting there at a press conference next to John Harbaugh, and he said, we were able to get on the same page right off the bat in terms of what we were looking for and in terms of team building, trying to find the right type of guys that fit our scheme and our system. We were aligned from day one, so it's been great. It's been a really good offseason for us. That went in conflict to what a lot of the Giants media was saying about their relationship. But based on this extension, unless you think it's phony and this is Monday Night Football, Donovan McNabb, and he's getting cut at the end of the year anyway, maybe they are getting along pretty swimmingly. I'd have to imagine, Toby, this just means Joe Shane saying yes a lot.
Yeah, I would imagine so. It's probably just one of those things too, Grant, where they're like, okay, if we move on from Joe Shane, it's not like you're going to be able to get a better quality guy in just because of the fact that John Harbaugh is in charge. So, all right, have we been able to work together? Sure. Okay, let's just have somebody that's been in the building then, and let's just keep this thing going.
I think the Giants are actually going to be super competitive this year. I think they're going to be a pain to deal with in the division. They're not going to make the playoffs, and I don't think they're going to even finish over 500. But right now, if you told me they're going to go 6-11, which has kind of been the norm, or like 8-9, I would assume they go 8-9. I'm bullish on them. The Malik Neighbors news is bad. We're going to get into it in the audio vault today because we've got some audio from John Harbaugh. But his status for week 1's now up in the air.
Yeah.
Sounds like there's a chance he does not play their season opener against the Cowboys and isn't ready until 2 or 3 weeks into the season. He tore his ACL, as you mentioned, midway through last year. And then we found out last week he had a secondary and a additional cleanup of the knee after the fact because there was something floating around that clearly the surgery didn't go perfectly. This is one of those things where we think ACL tears now. It's just 12 months, set it, forget it, no problem. This is a normal injury. Most of the time. Tommy John, same way. Pitcher's going to have Tommy John. It happens. 12 months, we'll see him back on the mound. It's a really serious procedure. You don't always know how it's going to go. And for their best offensive weapon, Malik Neighbors, it has not gone well.
Yeah, especially for a guy that's built on explosiveness and wasn't necessarily always thought of as the crispest route runner. When he was coming out, it was thought to be more of a yards after catch, really good explosive athlete. And that's why a lot of people liked him over other receivers in that draft because of what he can do. And if he's some of that's taken away just even a little bit. That's a totally different player than what you got when you drafted him, who looked like someone that was going to dominate this division for a while. So that'll be interesting to see. I mean, I don't know if I'm as high on the Giants just because I'm still up in the air on what their quarterback situation is going to be. Is Jackson Dart going to be a really good player, or is he
That's
just a
good question.
solid quarterback?
What do you think of Dart so far?
I think he's shown flashes of what he can be. He's another one, though. I mean, he's bigger than Jaden, obviously. So, when he does some of the stuff that he does in terms of getting hit as much, he can probably handle it a little bit better. But you can't keep doing that if you want to be long for this league. So I'll be interested. I liked him coming out. He was someone that I thought of as more of a project. And I think he showed flashes last season, but still needs some time. I think Harbaugh is going to do everything possible to help him out. They're going to try to run the football, do all those sorts of things. So I do agree they're going to be a little bit friskier. I don't know if I could go 8-9 for it, but it's one of those things where maybe they only win 5 or 6 games, but it's not like they're getting the doors blown off when they lose those 12 games. It's, hey, we lost by 4 points in that one. We'll try to flip it around the next season.
I wasn't a huge Dart guy coming out. Didn't have to study or really get locked in on any of the quarterbacks last year because Washington had their guy. But just from the generic college football that I watch, thought he was a good little player, but takes a lot of hits. One of those guys who's like super cocky on the field. Just wasn't my favorite player, and he was well-traveled, USC to Mississippi, finished at Ole Miss pretty well. I really liked his game last year, but he has 2 things he's got to clean up. You mentioned the first. You think Jaden Daniels gets hit too much?
Yeah.
This guy is reckless. I mean, he is legitimately unaware of his surroundings in a way that, like, people say Jaden is, and I don't think it's true. I think Daniels has had some fluke injuries and some things, and you wonder, based on his size and just his overall makeup body-wise, like, is he going to be able to be durable? Jackson Dart's decently put together. He's 6'2" and change, right around 225, 227 pounds, something like that. Now, there's a lot of quarterbacks in the league that are playing at 205, 210. So he's a decent-sized guy, but he gets crushed. And he tries to deliver blows. Mm-hmm. What is that? And all year long, it was a story. I remember there was a full week of just all the talking head, stupid, loud, shouty ESPN shows, Jackson Dart, taking hits. And I turn on the game, first quarter, first drive the following week, and he basically dives forward and tries to lower his shoulder in traffic and gets blown up. And you're like, if that was the biggest story in New York all week, and that's how you come out the first game, it reminded me of Robert Griffin, honestly, when he would take one of these shots on the sideline after we had talked about it for 3 weeks in a row. So he's got to clean that up. He also turned the ball over way too much. And that is very common for a young quarterback. But for me, not all turnovers are created equal. And he had a carelessness to his protection of the football. When he's running, no one's around him. He just loses the ball on a fumble. Or he's leaving the pocket and the ball gets dropped down below the belt and someone just taps at it. Those types of things, which are fixable, but he has to get them fixed because they were costly. But he had 15 touchdowns and 5 picks last year. So if he's legit good and can stay on the field, I actually think they're going to be pretty solid. They made a lot of changes to that team, too. This is a different-looking roster. Malachi Fields in the 3rd round. Washington passed on. People like the big wide receiver from Notre Dame. They draft him. They signed Darnell Mooney from Atlanta. They brought over Calvin Austin from Pittsburgh. So you've got Mooney, Fields, Austin, with Neighbors and Slayton in the receiving core. Most talent they've given a quarterback there in years. They've got a running game that I think under Harbaugh is going to be good. You know how I feel about Scatterbo. It's 3 yards in a cloud of dust. But I think Tyrone Tracy's pretty decent. Devin Singletary, the former Bill and Texan, is still on that roster, is very solid. The number 1 tight end on the market this year was Isaiah Likely. They signed him to be a weapon, and they upgraded their offensive line by bringing in Francis Maui-Noa, who they're kicking inside to guard from the University of Miami. I think he could be Sam Cosmi. He was a tackle in college, moves into guard, and is a stalwart. And they've got 3 new starters on their defensive line to go along with Brian Burns getting after the quarterback. They drafted Arvell Reese. They signed Tremaine Edmonds at linebacker, who's a stud from the Bears. They brought in Greg Newsome to help their corner room, which was bad last year. They made a lot of upgrades. This is a different-looking team with a new coaching staff. Harbaugh on kind of overseeing everything at the podium every day. Then you've got Matt Nagy on offense and Denard Wilson on defense. I like this staff. They brought over Chris Horton, the special teams coordinator, the former safety here, to be their special teams coach. I'm in on the Giants.
Yeah, I think they're going to be solid. They're not going to be a pushover. Again, when you get into a tight game, which the NFL has done a fantastic job as a league of making it so that so many games, I mean, there's a reason that Red Zone and the Witching Hour is must-see television, even though I'm not a Red Zone guy. There's a reason why people love it so much. It's because there's so many games that are close at that time. So when it gets down to that, it relies on your guys coming up making big-time plays, especially at the quarterback position. I don't know that Dart's quite there yet, but you look at that defense, and if they have a solid coordinator who can get things going in the right direction and a solidly coached team, which I think they do now, I mean, you're going to have pass rush because look at the number of guys that they have. Abdul Carter, I think, is going to be much better this season in a second year, who was thought to be this really, really good pass rusher. You add Arvell Reese, and we'll see about the secondary. I still have some questions about some of their guys back there. Adebo is a good player.
Their secondary is bad. Their pass rush is good.
Yes.
And it makes up for it, but their pass rush needs to be really good.
Yes.
Because they just don't have enough on the back end.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see exactly what that looks like for them. But yeah, it's not going to be one of those things where, in previous seasons, even though, when it comes to a division game, nothing's ever guaranteed, but it felt like, okay, you can make some hay against the Giants. It's not going to be that easy this year. They should still beat them, but it's not going to be one of those, okay, you just go to Meadowlands and win that one easier. They come in here, it's, all right, you just roll. It's not going to be as easy against this Giants team.
The division, I think, has a chance in the next 2 years to become the best in football. I don't see Philly, as long as Howie Roseman's calling the shots and as layered as they are, taking a massive step back. I think they regress a little bit this year, but that's an above 500 division championship caliber team. More likely to win 11, 12 games than 9 or 10 games. Dallas is my pick to win the division, which I know is a little bit of a hot take, but I think they're going to be improved on defense and their offense is going to cook. And then you've got the Giants, who we're both saying are going to be more competitive. The Commanders should be a 10-win wild card type team. That's where I've got them. So you could potentially, as soon as next season, have 4 teams at 8 wins or more. Maybe the following year have 4 teams over 500, 3 teams in the playoffs. Like that's the fun stuff. When everyone's hating each other because everybody's good at the top of the East, we could be trending toward that. The Harbaugh hire was big.
Yeah, big time. I mean, when you look at it, obviously there's a natural hatred of the Cowboys. We're all growing up ingrained in that, or you grew up as a big part of that rivalry. So there was a hatred there. There's obviously a hatred between Washington and Philly fans. It's not that there's not a hatred between Washington and Giants fans because we can't stand New Yorkers, but at the same point, that hasn't felt like much of a rivalry recently just because of the way that it's gone with the two teams. So it'll be fun when everything's competitive. I think football's at its best when the NFC East is a driving force in the league. So, yeah, it'll be good when you've got all 4 teams being competitive, fighting each other for that NFC East crown.
Double play comes your way next on Grant and Danny Without Danny today. In 20 minutes, those tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. That's at 4 o'clock. Bobby Marks thinks the Wizards are going to extend Trae Young. He joins us at 5. We'll talk to Barry's Ferluga today at 6. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny is in Vegas. He'll be back on Tuesday. Toby Altizer is in with me today. We'll take you up to 6:30, full show, 4.5 hours, because in Atlanta, they start baseball games when they should, in the 7 o'clock hour, the way Dad did it, which we dig. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. I didn't realize until a couple days ago this was Memorial Day weekend. To me, that's the last weekend always in May. So we have another one coming.
Yeah.
How are we doing it on the 24th? Memorial Day can't be in June, and because the first falls on June 1, I guess, we've got to do it the previous week. So literally a few days ago, someone's like, what are you doing? I was like, I'll figure it out next week. Had no file whatsoever. I'm the worst at holidays and calendars. I can't do it. Don't ask me questions. I don't know when anything is.
Yeah, I'm not great with those either. I just kind of do everything, and whenever my schedule revolves around sports schedule, so I don't really know what holidays are happening when. I just know when the Nationals are home.
Well, the Nationals won't be home again until they take on the Padres.
Yes.
After this road trip coming up, which I think, Tobes, is going to be a bear. 3 against the Braves, and then 3 in Cleveland against the Guardians. I was talking about this in the first segment. That Guardian series is particularly interesting to me because early in the year, if you caught them, they weren't playing very well. Longest winning streak in baseball, winners of 9 of 10, peaking right now. I think this is actually going to be a telling week for the Nats.
Yeah, I mean, they play better on the road. They're 15-10 on the road, so you've got 2 really good opponents, and you go to Atlanta. That's the best team in baseball, in my opinion, and that's going to be a tough task. I mean, Bryce Elder pitching tonight. We'll see how they do against him. He's not a intimidating pitcher, but he's great with location, good movement, so we'll see what the Nats can do tonight. No Drake Baldwin for Atlanta. Potentially no Ronald Acuna. It sounds like he is going to play, though. He hurt his hand on a catch the other day. But no Drake Baldwin is huge for the Nats because he just demolishes them in the year and a half he's played against them. Like, you want to see like what Bo Bichette and Soto and those boys did against the Nats. That's what Drake Baldwin does every time he faces them. So it'll be nice not to see him in the lineup.
He absolutely crushes them. Looking at some of the release dates, to me, I don't know what you generally think of. Like, Memorial Day weekend kicks off the summer, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
It's officially summertime when you're out of school, if you're a kid, or when your kids are out of school or whatever. Now we change our schedule around. We're going to the pool. We're doing those things. But this is the weekend that essentially inaugurates a new summer ahead for a couple of months. One of my rites of passage is always, okay, that means some blockbusters, some movies coming out. So I always start to look at when the big smash hits are coming out. And Disney's got their new Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and Grogu film that's dropping, I think, this weekend, as a matter of fact. That's always kind of all right, it's Memorial Day, summer is here, this is what I'm going to start focusing on, looking at when are my movies that I care about dropping. What's your summer schedule thing? Are you planning a trip? Like, what do you do?
Honestly, I start looking at potential weekends that I could maybe try to make a quick trip to go watch a baseball game somewhere. That's about it.
That's your move.
Yeah.
Are you going to this summer, do you think?
Potentially go up to New York to watch a game, either Mets or Yankees, not sure yet, but that's the plan.
So is this a Nats-related game generally or no?
Generally would try to be Nats. I mean, we've been trying to take a trip to Pittsburgh for a weekend, the show, me, you, Darius, we've talked about this for at least 2 years, and they always play on a Monday through a Thursday or whatever in Pittsburgh early in the year, which obviously we can't be doing.
Here's what we should do. I'm serious about this. The Nats can kick rocks, okay? We tried. It didn't work out. They only play there during like Commanders games in September or not at all.
Yeah.
We just go up there when we know Skeens is pitching on a weekend day so we can see Skeens, get some field passes or whatever, go see BP.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're playing a good team, but it doesn't really matter. They're fun. See Connor Griffin, see Paul Skeens, and just do Pittsburgh up for a couple days.
I'm down with that.
It's a great city. Underrated, slept on, blue collar. I'm a Pittsburgh mark. I hate the Penguins, and Penguins fans can all kick rocks, but I have family in Pittsburgh. My uncle did radio there for many, many years. I've always liked Pittsburgh.
I'm a little torn. Speaking of the Penguins, I'm a little torn on this hockey series, Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
I prefer for the Cup to stay in the United States.
I was actually talking to someone about this last night.
And they're playing the Hurricanes.
You cannot root for the Hurricanes. This is the exact conversation I had with a buddy last night.
It's a lose-lose situation.
It is, but it's not like it's the Cup. So Montreal eliminates Carolina as soon as possible. And then next round, you root for either Colorado. They got to come back probably tonight to have a good shot, but Vegas to knock them off. Why not? It'll be a second cup for Vegas in their third appearance. They're harmless. You got Nick Dowd winning a championship for Las
I would be
Vegas.
fine with that. I can't have either team in the Eastern Conference winning. I wish there was any way that would not be the matchup there.
And just to clarify, because people are wondering, what do you have against Montreal? Are you one of the folks that does not want the streak of 30-plus years of no Canadian teams winning?
I think it's hilarious.
It is great. It's good theater.
Yeah.
Just the fact that Canada owns the sport in theory, although Jack Hughes has something to say about that.
I have no issue with the Maple Leafs. I have no issue with the Canadians. I have no issue with take your Canadian team. No problem. It's the same thing when the Warriors played the Raptors. I just prefer for the American team to win. No problem. I like the guys on the team. Just prefer it for stay here. And I think it's hilarious, especially in hockey, that Canada hasn't had a Stanley Cup in forever.
I sneaky really like that roster, though, that Montreal has. They're young. They're fun. Cole Hudson of the Capitals, his brother Lane, who's just a slightly older, more experienced version of him. He's got 14 points as a defenseman, second most on the team in these playoffs. He's been marvelous, and I'm sure Cole's been at a lot of these games. I've seen him at least one or two, when they interview him or show him in the suite or whatever. But I would really like to see Montreal end Carolina's season as soon as possible. I hate the Hurricanes. They're quickly becoming number 2 on my list to the Penguins, honestly.
Yeah, and it's probably not as far as you would think between the two teams.
Yeah, because Pittsburgh's gotten almost harmless. They're old. They bounced back this year, got swiftly eliminated by the Flyers, which was comical. But they'd gone 3 years without winning, making the playoffs. I think they're at 4 years since they won a playoff. They don't have a playoff win, maybe, or a series win, I should say, since the Caps eliminated them on their way to the Cup.
Yeah, and as both Ovi and Crosby are kind of on their last leg, that animus between the two is just kind of gone, right? It's almost like, oh, this could be the last time we see Sid the Kid and Alex Ovetkin on the ice together.
Yes.
So that stuff is kind of gone. So it's not that it's forever. I hate the Penguins, but it's softened a little bit, and Carolina is quickly jumping up that list.
I just think Montreal's got likable, like Cole Caulfield, Nick Suzuki.
Yeah.
Players that are easy to root for. And even though the Caps did play them in the playoffs a year ago, probably because they beat them, I don't really have a whole lot of vitriol.
I don't think I would much rather see Montreal hoist a cup and just live with the fact that the cup goes back to Canada. I can't watch Carolina win. I can't.
Here's where you'll disagree with me completely, and it doesn't matter now because they got eliminated already. I root for Edmonton every year because I want McDavid to win a cup.
Well, yeah, that's fine.
If you're the best player on the planet in a team game where everything is about everyone around you as much as it is you, and you just can't win, it kills me. I feel so bad for Mike Trout and the fact that he has never gotten to show his wares in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And all this guy was loyal to the Angels, signed a contract, hung around, the thing that we can't get anyone to do in Washington, D.C. But look what's happened to him. He could have been Shohei. He could have left, gone into a bigger stage with a better team, and already won a couple championships.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I'm still not going to cheer for Edmonton, but, I don't mind him. I don't really have any animus towards any of the teams in Canada. I just think it's funny.
Yeah, you just want the comedy of them not being able to win the cup when they
100%
claim the sport to continue.
It means so much to them. We kind of passingly care about it, and they never get cups.
The Beltway Blitz comes your way next. We are going to give those tickets away. Jason Aldean is at Nats Park with Luke Bryan, so you'd better be listening as soon as we return. At 5 o'clock, we got Bobby Marks of ESPN on the Wizards NBA draft coming up. Also, he thinks they're going to extend Trae Young. I want to ask him about that. And then at 6 o'clock, speaking of puck, Barry Svrluga wrote a story in The Athletic today about Alex Ovetkin and how much he's been engaged with the front office on the plan in the future. We'll talk about that in our final half hour right here on Grant and Danny.
NFL news today. Adam Schefter said that the New York Giants are unsure if Malik Neighbors is going to be ready for the beginning of the season as he looks to come back from his ACL injury. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip starting tonight with a 3-game series in Atlanta. 7:15 first pitch. Continue the game right here on the Fan. Richard Lovelady starts for the Nationals. He is opening for Miles Mikolas. Bryce Elder gets the ball for the Braves. He is 4-2 with a 2.01 ERA. Nats and Braves tonight right here on the Fan at 7:15. Last night in hockey, Eastern Conference Finals, the Canadiens beat the Hurricanes 6-2 to take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 tonight for the Western Conference Finals, featuring Vegas and Colorado. Vegas with a 1-0 series lead in that one. NBA playoffs, Game 3 for the Thunder and the Spurs tonight at 8:30. That series is tied at a game apiece. Series now shifting to San Antonio. Last night, Eastern Conference Finals Game 2, the Knicks beat the Cavs 109-93 to take a 2-0 series lead. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. The Double Trouble Tour 2026, Thursday, August 20th over at Nationals Park. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Beltway Blitz each and every day at 4 o'clock. Teams in town you care the most about. We're going to cover the latest on the Capitals as they have re-signed a defenseman and are trying to get some intel about Alex Ovetkin's future from the veteran scoring great. But we start off on the diamond. Nats have been a fun watch of late. Winners of 9 of their last 15. They hit the road for a litmus test series against the Atlanta Braves. Charlie Slows will be on the call tonight with Dave Jagler in Atlanta. First of 3 games against the Braves. Nats 15-10 on the season away from home. Charlie, first some weather. I know it was potential rain in the area. Are we expected to get the game underway on time?
Hard to say. It's raining right now. They just covered the field. Forecast is for intermittent showers. When you get this hot weather in Atlanta, you can have it rain now, stop, rain again. So we're a long ways away from first pitch, so it's hard to say at this point.
Charlie, we saw Dylan Cruz back up in the big leagues for 3 games against the Mets. What did you see in the last 3 days?
Well, I think we're still scratching the surface as he gets comfortable. It's not always in the numbers with him. We saw a couple of great plays in the outfield, a couple of base hits. So we'll see how he does now as time progresses. But he's in there again, batting 5th in right field. James Wood is going to DH tonight. So far, it looks like they're alternating between James DHing and Lyle DHing. Lyle's in left field tonight. And of course, we saw yesterday when Lyle DHs, Wood moves over to left field. So we'll see how this plays out, how they use the DH. Interesting tonight as they face a really tough pitcher in Bryce Elder, who's pitching like a number 1 ace for Atlanta. Both Garcia and Meade are playing, with Louis starting at first base batting second and Curtis Meade at third base batting third. So not necessarily an all left-hand platoon, with Meade maybe getting a chance to play more against right-handed pitching just because they need a right-handed bat in the middle of all those left-handed hitters. So the lineup right now, you have left to start it, but then you have right with Cruz, then left with Lyle, right with Young, Millis and Nunez, switch hitters at the bottom.
Charlie, we have a feel now for how they're trying to conduct the pitching staff and a plan of attack moving forward, with some length arms from the left side and Parker and Alvarez, who seems to piggyback after Zach Littell. Tonight they're going to open with lefty Richard Lovelady in the first inning, and then Miles Mikolas will come in after that. What do you make of how this thing's starting to take some shape in terms of their big picture vision for the rotation, trying to get by with, trying to get some length from Mikolas and Littell?
Yeah, it's interesting. I thought with Poulin being sent down that maybe they wouldn't use the opener because you would want Lovelady for a lefty-lefty matchup late in the game. But I think the way they're looking at this game, maybe it's more particular against the Braves. You don't want to be behind them late in the game with the back end of the bullpen that they have with Suarez and Iglesias. So maybe they're looking like we've got to really focus on the early part of the game to get ahead. of the Braves. And the best way to do that maybe is to use Lovelady out of the gate and then Michaelis, and then figure if you go to Parker, as you have a lead, maybe he gets you to the deep part of the game and you don't have to worry about the lefty-lefty matchup late.
Charlie,
He is left-handed.
they've been really needing some productivity out of their catcher position, and they've seemed to get it recently out of Keibert Ruiz. Is he something you feel like can be, maybe not to this level, but somewhat more sustainable? Because they've been so poor offensively from the team at the catching position. Now they're finally getting some of that production.
Right, and you figure, Ruiz was a better offensive player than he showed in the first month of the season, first month and a half, really. Last year with him missing so much time, off to a slow start this year and not then playing every day or as much as he did last year with the alternating with Millis. Millis has had more of an issue swinging right-handed from that injured finger from last year, so they would make sure that Ruiz would always get the start against the left-handed pitching. Millis, as we said, in there tonight. That's something that they need, and Ruiz has shown to be more capable offensively. Millis, when he's had chances in the big leagues, has not provided a whole lot of offense. So we'll see how that plays out going forward. We have Millis and Nunez back-to-back in the lineup. Sometimes Nunez will bat 8th or 7th, when it depends if they're facing left-handed pitching. But back-to-back with them now tonight, Nunez batting 9th, and when facing a right-hander from the left side, which has been his less productive side so far. We were looking at his numbers, and certainly they're not good from a batting average standpoint. Maybe we see him, hitting too many balls in the air, and he needs to be able to utilize that speed and maybe try to bunt for hits more than he has so far this year. Because, you can look at a guy's batting average and slugging percentage. He's drawn walks, so if he can get a few more hits and get on base, that's like adding slugging. Because if he's on base, there's a chance that it's going to be a double or a triple with his base stealing ability. And we all know what he's brought to the team on the other side of the ball, playing the field. He's creating outs with the plays he's made at second base.
Charlie, how surprised were you that Brady House got sent down to the minor leagues?
It's interesting. Were you surprised when Dylan Cruz got sent down to the minor leagues? It's the close of, even with a week to go almost in spring training. That was a surprise then. At that point, he wasn't having a good spring, but did you really think they were going to send him out to start the year in the minor leagues?
No, I did not.
No.
But it's pretty clear, in the past, the old regime, they felt like a demotion was, really a demeaning thing that they wanted to avoid, that it was a huge deal, and once you graduated, you were here. This is not a right or wrong thing, but obviously this new group, led by Paul Taboni, doesn't necessarily feel that way. If you got some work to do, they'll send you down and get your work in.
Right. If they felt that was the best thing for the player, and Dylan Cruz said to me it was the best thing they could have done for him. He said it was great for him, and he's going to look at it as just part of his journey. Brady House came up very young. The Nats were really in need of some third base play and some pop last year. So maybe it was early for him. He still hasn't turned 23 yet. So Paul Taboni talked about that the day they announced the move to send him down. That this is the guy. If he played college baseball, he might still be playing college baseball at 22. So. And then go to the minor leagues. So it was really early for him, and give him the things that he can work on, because they don't want to see him they didn't see him as a platoon player, and that's what they thought he would be if he stayed here. They think he's an everyday player with a chance to be a top level defensive third baseman. So let's see if they can get that done, and maybe he gets back here in a month.
Charlie, thank you. 6:45 pregame. We'll make sure everybody's listening as you guys get ready for first pitch tonight.
All right, thanks, guys.
You got it. Charlie Slows from Atlanta, Georgia, Nats, Braves. First of a 3-game set tonight right here on The Fan. Let's move the Blitz along. Talk a little puck right in the middle of the offseason for the Capitals. The reason they are in the news, though, is they've made a couple of moves here, including re-signing a defenseman who they had acquired via trade in Timothy Liljegren. Sammy Silber joins us from the Hockey News to discuss that. So, Sammy, what did you make of this multi-year deal for Liljegren?
Yeah, I think with the cap going up and a lot of uncertainty surrounding your blue line, it's a good depth move that the Caps kind of had to make. You look at his numbers and the minutes he did play, he didn't play a whole lot just with the blue line healthy and Cole Hudson coming in. He only got 4 games, but with Rasmus Sandin, who, he switched to the right side toward the end of the season down the stretch when Carlson left, you're kind of itching for guys who can play steady minutes on the right-hand side, and that's where he fits. 27 years old, lots of potential and upside. But there's still work to do, obviously. You got that sign done, but the only other guys under contract on the right side, on the NHL roster are Matt Roy and Dylan McElrath, and you still got to figure out, if Trevor Van Riemsdyk's coming back, take a look at the free agent market, maybe explore if some of those younger guys can come up. So a lot for DC to get done, but just a depth deal to kind of get things started. And with the cap going up, it's low risk, low reward.
Just
high reward, rather.
Yeah, dig a little deeper, though, into the blue line going into next year. Cole Hudson will be a mainstay and a fixture. Jacob Chikrin, another offensive-minded defenseman in the mix as well. Martin Faravari. And then you mentioned that they've got Matt Roy, who's their stay-at-home defensive guy. So there's 4 locks right there. I guess my question would be, first, is Liljegren, you pencil him in on like a third pair? Or how do you view him? And with Sandin's injury, do we anticipate that they've got to go out and add a top 4 defenseman now?
Yeah, I think you look at he's a versatile guy, right? He's 27. He's got potential and upside. He came in, he averaged, I think, just a little over 60 minutes a night. So I would say you peg him as a third pairing guy, but obviously has that versatility and flexibility to move into different spots if you need him, depending on who you pair him with and where you deploy him and what have you. But yeah, I think the Caps have to go out and evaluate a little bit of what kind of defenseman they need to bring in, and you need to look at the market and who's available, because it's kind of a thin free agent market. A lot of the names available are older veteran guys, but Sandin's going to be out long term, and he was eating heavy minutes on that top pairing with Faravari, and you need another shutdown NHL ready name there. So not that Liljegren can't do it, because he's certainly shown, his upside potential to play a bigger role. But obviously you just need some more depth and options there. And also you can turn to your youth from within too. And there's a couple guys waiting for their chance in Hershey. So it's going to be interesting for sure. A lot to ponder, and the blue line will definitely be an area that they address this summer.
Sammy, they made a change in their coaching staff. Ray Bennett going to take over as the assistant coach. What does he add to the coaching staff?
Yeah, I really like that. I really like that addition. I think I wrote about it a little bit yesterday. The Caps kind of need a little bit of a renaissance when it comes to their power play, and I think Bennett's the perfect guy to do it. He was in Colorado for a long time, and over that 8-year span that he was there, he led them to the 5th best power play in the league, over that span. And the only thing that kind of left him to leaving was, one off season one postseason rather, that was a little disappointing, and obviously the power play didn't perform as expected. So he goes and gets a new opportunity with the Islanders, who obviously don't have Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon and all those pieces. And still what he had to work with, he was able to improve that power play by almost 4%. And even though they don't really have an X factor, to really change their personnel too much for Matthew Schaefer. So I think he has a good mind. He's a veteran. He's been around the NHL. He knows how to use talent. He worked wonders with Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon. So, obviously it will be exciting to see what he can do with Cole Hudson. And then, obviously if Ovetkin comes back, seeing how he can deploy O in those situations too. So it's a good move, and the power play is obviously going to be ready for change, and he's just part of that.
Sammy, thank you. Good catching up.
Good seeing you guys. Thanks.
You got it. Absolutely. There's Sammy Silver, the hockey news. Let's talk a little football. Toby and I'll do that in studio to round out the Beltway Blitz. Just a few storylines from around the league. A lot of access for media this week because OTAs in some places are ongoing. Next Wednesday, we'll be there in Ashburn for the Commanders. So a couple of things that stood out to me. First, how about Sean McVay saying that the Rams were on the verge of placing Matt Stafford on short-term injured reserve to start the 2025 season? They were debating between putting him on the shelf or waiting to see if his back responded for a few more days. They didn't. He, of course, starts the year, gets off to a tremendous start, ends up throwing for 4,700 yards, 45 touchdowns, winning the MVP award.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, it was something that we were monitoring the entire preseason, and it didn't seem like, okay, this is probably the last leg for Matt Stafford. Then he goes on to have an MVP caliber season, wins the MVP. Just incredible to see the way that all shifted. And to see where, I mean, seriously, you're thinking, okay, this might be it for him. To now he's just got a massive extension.
He didn't practice last year in full until August 18th. So you think about reporting to camp right around the 20th, 25th, whatever that is for each team. Almost a full month later, and about 2 weeks before you're ramping things up during the preseason, is when he had his first full practice. Out of Eagles camp today, Sean Mannion met with reporters, said to anticipate more under center plays and under center play action. Where are you at on this? We haven't talked about this. I don't think Jalen Hurts and Sean Mannion are a great fit based on the things that Hurts does well. It makes it really weird to me that they hired Sean Mannion. I get that people want that offense, that Ben Johnson, Kyle Shanahan, David Blau, like all whatever this is, Kevin O'Connell. Everyone's going in that direction. But isn't also planning good coaching, maximizing your players and what they do well? You're going to ask Jalen Hurts to do a bunch of stuff he has never done at a high level.
Yeah, the only time I really recall him being significantly under center is when they're pushing him in the tush, right? Like, he's more so a shotgun, throw on the outside. Like, he doesn't fit what you're traditionally thinking of. Because when you're thinking of that style of system, under center play action, you're thinking of the Shanahan play action, hit the receiver over the middle of the field, behind the linebackers. That beautiful play, that's not something that Jalen Hurts specializes in. So it'll be interesting to see. And something that's interesting about that too, Grant, is I'm still curious to see how David Blau does. I was a little critical of that move. Well, the Eagles did a similar move, but brought in somebody outside the organization. So you would think that at least with Washington, with Blau being in the building, having worked with Daniels, having worked with all the guys, and he's building his offense, he at least has knowledge of the guys in the building. It's a lot more interesting when you're walking into a building that you don't really know the guys fully. Obviously, they've got talent, but then A.J. Brown's probably getting shipped out at some point. So you're trying to build an offense and still uncertain about some of the pieces there. It's a little weird.
Well, the flip side too, Toby, to that weirdness for the Eagles is the weapons around Hurts, I think, actually scream, let's run it this way.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of, can you get him comfortable and feeling good? And any quarterback who hasn't done a lot under center is going to be uncomfortable. See Jaden Daniels this year or Caleb Williams last year. They actually ran 267 plays under center, 860 out of the pistol. Now, the under center stuff, as you said, a huge portion of that is tush-push, short yardage, and a lot of it is just turn around, hand the football off. That's not all throwing the football. But they averaged 8.43 yards per attempt under center, 9.07 yards per play action attempt, which are pretty terrific totals. So they operated well offensively, and it stands to reason. They got a great running back. They got good weapons. So I'll be curious to see. Mannion, I think, is very, very sharp. He's a guy that's going to be a good coordinator for a long time. But will that be a fit? And they got to have it year, it feels like, for that offense and for Hurts after the tell-all that came out via ESPN about how frustrating it's been for him the last few years as they've gone through a bunch of OCs. Last guy I wanted to bring up is Cam Ward, number 1 pick last year out of Miami at quarterback. Had a tough year with the Tennessee Titans. Probably had a lot more to do with the organization than him. They blew out a head coach early into the season. Ward has lost 10 pounds this offseason. I saw a video of him at the podium. He was never a chunky guy or anything. He looks very different in the face. He looks like he's very tightened and muscled up and clearly putting a lot of work in the weight room. He just had one of those years where you wanted more. There weren't enough flash points for me. I think this is a kind of, we're going to find out by the end of this season if he is a franchise quarterback or not at 1-1.
Yeah, I was never really high on him, but the potential was always there. It's just about seeing if he can actually make that translate. Rocket arm, good mobility, all those sorts of things. I just never really saw it, even from his time in college. He kind of bounced around and then obviously got his chance at Miami. I never felt like he was that guy, but all the tools are there, and if you can get things turned around, put him in a good spot to make sure that he can operate, he can still be a really good quarterback. So it'll be interesting to see. And sometimes we also forget how crazy that process is to go from playing a college football season to now getting ready for the draft, to getting drafted, to rookie minicamp, to OTAs, to training camp. Like, there's, as much as you feel like there's a lot of time to work on stuff, there isn't as much. And so this offseason, when he gets a full offseason, he can focus on diet and those sorts of things. I don't think it's a shock to see a guy just a little more trim, figure out exactly what works and what doesn't after playing a full season in the league.
Yeah, and there's almost this feeling, too, of what was he supposed to do? That was a terrible team.
Yeah.
Bad offense around him. And they fired the coach about a month into the season. So now you're learning an entirely new staff and language. And I don't think they changed the offense completely, but I'm sure they tweaked it a bunch. Basically, it's a 101 class on how to screw up a quarterback's first year. Hopefully, it's a much better fit for him now with Dable there, Robert Saleh as the head coach. Grant and Danny without Danny. Toby's in today. Next, I want to get into some forgotten Commanders who have a chance to bounce back in a big way this season. You'll hear what Logan Paulson had to say on Take Command with me about a few of these guys as well. That's next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip, starting with 3 in Atlanta. Game 1 tonight at 7:15. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Richard Lovelady, the lefty, will serve as an opener for Miles Michaelis for the Nationals tonight. Bryce Elder gets to start for the Bravos. He is 4-2 with a 2.01 ERA. Nats and Braves 7:15 right here on the Fan. On the hardwood last night, Eastern Conference Finals Game 2 went the way of the New York Knicks, who won 109-93 over the Cavs. They take a 2-0 series lead. Game 3 tonight of the Western Conference Finals, Thunder and Spurs at 8:30. Series is tied at a game apiece. In the NFL, the Giants are unsure if Malik Neighbors is going to be ready for the beginning of the season, according to Adam Schefter. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Toby in for Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thanks for checking us out on G&D. The show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condorian Murad. Let them take care of all your important familial needs. They'll take care of you. They'll take care of your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you so you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We're going to be giving away $100 via Fanatics coming up at 5 o'clock.
Let's
on
go.
The show today, which is pretty cool. I'm excited about that. Also,
$100 in fan cash. You have to say fan cash.
In fan cash. Very excited. I'm pumped about that. And we're also going to be talking to Bobby Marks, who's got a extension penciled in for Trae Young that he thinks the Wizards could get done with their new point guard this offseason. He of ESPN fame. Also want to ask him about the NBA draft and who he thinks Washington should take it. One, is it as simple as the Bonds are a bust? So that's all coming up at 5. Make sure you're listening. But right now, I wanted to get into some Commanders that are bounce-back candidates. So there's a few guys, Toby, that I want to hit on with you. Johnny Newton, who has been disappointing through 2 seasons, but is now currently buried on the depth chart, kind of being forgotten, I think. Jordan McGee, when he played last year, played at a high level. Gave him everything Bobby Wagner couldn't. Running horizontally, getting to the outside, making tackles. He's a speed and hit guy. And then Quan Martin got benched 2 times at safety. It feels like all 3 of those guys are kind of arrow trending down stock players based on the offseason moves they made to bring in a new starting safety, to add Leo Chenal and Sonny Styles at linebacker, and add as much as they did on the defensive line, including run stuff for Tim Settle. If you had to bet on one of them having a nice little bounce-back season, who would you roll with?
Quan Martin. Like, I think that he can step in. I mean, of those 3 guys that you have mentioned and you're saying bounce back, I don't know what there is to bounce back to for Johnny Newton. I haven't seen much aside from the Christmas game. So I don't have a whole lot of
breakout, but more than a bounce back.
I don't have a whole lot of confidence in what he's going to be able to give you at this point, unfortunately. You know, at the time, the pick looked like they're going best player available. They'll be able to get something here. They just haven't gotten anything out of Johnny Newton, so that's unfortunate. But with Quan Martin, you saw him play well 2 years ago. Last year, he was someone that you mentioned had to get benched multiple times. I still think that he can get back to that level. I think for McGee, there's just not a whole lot of opportunity for him. You've got guys that can do stuff that he can do and probably a little bit better, so I don't see how it works for him. But Martin is still somebody that, remember when he was drafted, they were talking about him being able to play in the nickel, which is now a very, very in vogue position, being able to play in the nickel. Look at Nick Eamon and what he was able to do for a Super Bowl winning Seahawks. So his versatility on that back end and being able to mix and match with different coverages and ways safeties and corners, all those sorts of things, they've got nickel corners right now, so it's not necessarily like he's going to step in there, but some of that versatility to be able to do different things, that's something that defense craves. So I think he could find a role again for this defense if I had to choose one of those 3.
Quan was a little bit older for the rookie class too, so he's already 26 years old, but he was the 47th pick just 3 years ago in 2023. And in 24, when they made their NFC Championship game run, you think about the pick 6 against the Lions, some of the impact plays that he had, to your point, he was starting to ascend and really looked like, in this new regime, new defense, a fit and a player that was going to take off. And then it kind of all came crashing down last year. But I like your point on the nickel and the versatility that they're going to ask for from that position. I don't think it's going to be just Amik Robertson constantly. I think you're going to get safeties playing in the nickel. I think you'll see Sonny Styles occasionally, believe it or not, playing in the nickel. They're going to bring in different players from different positions depending on the package their opponent's in to play that spot, and depending on who's lined up out there. Is it a tight end? Is it a back? Is it a shifty wide receiver? And Quan Martin could absolutely figure into that. On a recent episode of Take Command this week with Logan Paulson, we actually talked about a few of these guys that are forgotten men now for the Commanders, starting with Johnny Newton and the fact that he's going to have to stop the run better if he's going to work his way back onto the field a whole lot.
Interestingly, with Johnny Newton and like kind of what the defensive line is asked to do in Minnesota, especially the interior players on early downs, they really have to be quite good against the run. Like when you watch them, like they're very, very disciplined in terms of how they fit stuff. And they're very, very disciplined in terms of how they hold gap integrity. And so like Johnny, like you mentioned, has struggled with that a little bit. Javon Kinlaw has struggled with that a little bit. And again, I think those guys are both very, very talented football players. But in terms of like question marks, it's like, I think Tim Settle's going to be great at that. I think, Payne is excellent at that. I think like Dietrich Wise is very good at that stuff if he had to play 4-eye. But those guys have shown a history of kind of being a little bit playing fast and loose with the rules. And now obviously the new coaching staff is going to come in. Eric Henderson leading that defensive line is going to come in and demand that they kind of execute in a certain way, which I totally appreciate. But I'm curious. I really don't know, because I say to myself, like, obviously on passing downs, the twitch, the explosiveness comes to the forefront in terms of Johnny Newton's skill set. But if you want to get on the field on first and second down, you really got to be good against the run. And so that's something where I think a lot of the guys in this team need to improve in order to kind of make their mark and make this defense work the way it needs to work.
All right, let's go to linebacker. Jordan McGee. You go get Leo Chenal in free agency. You draft Sonny Styles. Obviously, Bobby Wagner's out. McGee was kind of the waiting inside linebacker. You've said you think Frankie Louvu as a fit in this defense is a breakout candidate and someone who's going to benefit immensely. So we're talking 3 linebackers in front of him. They still have their special teams war daddies as well, kind of on the back end of this thing, including Ballore. So does he make the roster? I mean, he showed so well last year as just a guy who could run and hit and had speed. I like Jordan McGee. I think he can play in this league, but everything that's happened this offseason has kind of gone against his role growing.
Yeah, and I think this is a good one. This is maybe my favorite one of this kind of conversation, because again, like early on in the season, right after they signed Leo Chenal, I thought, okay, this is going to be really good for Frankie Louvu and Leo Chenal working together, kind of playing on the interior. But now, obviously, with the addition of Sonny Styles, like I'm kind of saying, of the 4 linebackers we just talked about Sonny Styles, Leo Chenal, and Jordan McGee, and obviously Frankie Louvu. 3 of those dudes are absolute freak athletes who can blitz, who can fit the runs, and can cover really well. Of those guys, Frankie Louvu is probably the best blitzer, but this defense demands a lot of that middle level of the defense in terms of flexibility. So I kind of wonder if, and again, I don't know, because I love Frankie, I love the way he plays, but I kind of wonder what direction they end up going, because if you go with the 3 kind of young, fast guys, like that becomes a whirlwind of what this middle level of the defense could be, right? For example, Sonny Styles plays like an on-ball Sam or Will. You get Leo Chenal playing Jack or whatever, and then you get Jordan McGee. Like you could run with receivers, and this goal of staying in base, I think, becomes more real. And so, again, I love Frankie Louvu, but I'm kind of curious now, based on the type of body types they've brought in, which is the thing that doesn't look like the other people in the room, and it's Frankie Louvu. Like even Kane Madrano, who's, again, a 6th-round pick from last year, or 5th-round pick from last year, like he's a freak of a mover and an athlete. And so all of a sudden you say, all these guys bring tremendous flexibility as coverage players and blitzers and run fit players. Frankie is a little bit more niche and a little bit more specialized, not a bad player, but more specialized. So I kind of say to myself, like, maybe this is one of the rooms where Jordan McGee can make a push in camp and kind of usurp a position from a guy who I think is a heck of a football player in Frankie Louvu.
54 tackles last year, played in 17 games, obviously only started 8, so there were 8 significant performances defensively for him. He was one of the guys that made the biggest leap forward, I thought, though. last season on the whole team. And if you're talking like freshman to sophomore, that's kind of what you're looking for. Do you agree with me, though, when you watch him, that you go, this is a dude that could play and could be super effective in the league? I'm not saying he's an all-pro or anything, but the speed, the physicality, the recognition, like, he checks a lot of boxes for me.
And I think that's why this conversation becomes much more compelling. And I think it becomes compelling for a guy like Tyler Owens as well. And I know we're not talking about the nickel position, but when I think about, again, when they do get in the sub and you get Tyler Owens on the field, he basically is a linebacker. He can fit runs, he can cover, he can run. And I think Jordan McGee and him, I kind of cluster them in the same bucket of guys that they show enough where they are NFL players. It's just, are they ready for a larger role? And maybe that's a conversation we should have. It's like, you see the traits of these young football players. And I remember when I played, you'd see guys, you'd be like, man, this guy is so freaking good in practice. He's so good. He'd be good in the preseason. And then you'd get him out in a varsity game with real minutes, and he wouldn't really flash. And so he wasn't ready for the role. Then you'd wait a year or two, and then he'd be ready for that role, and you'd see him playing. There's a guy I played with in Atlanta, Neal was his last name, who was the practice squad safety, came up a little bit.
Neal, I bet.
Yeah. And then eventually kind of made his way to Seattle, where he, played and was a significant minutes getter up there as a safety for them. But it took him 4 or 5 years. And so with McGee and Tyler Owens as another person just to throw in this bucket, are they ready for a larger role? Because like you said, they flash, man. I think about the goal line tackle that he had versus San Diego, Jordan McGee, right? The great job on the jet sweep. I think it was a home game. I forget the team, but he's running down, receivers on jet sweep action and making tackles. Like, there is something there. It's just Ryan Neal. Thank you, Evan. But then that ability to do it all the time and be a part of a defense like this is the question I have with him. But I do think he's not a guy that is going to be forgotten about, because if he has a good camp, I think there's a chance he starts. It just depends on how they see him, how they see the role of that extra linebacker spot that I think is kind of compelling when it comes to that linebacker discussion.
Wow. As a Jordan McGee guy, I love hearing that, because I really do think when he's on the field, you're just a faster, more athletic team. They've obviously gotten incredibly athletic with Shenault and Sonny Styles. You mentioned Tyler Owens, so I'll kind of skip over him. But the one other guy I did want to mention in my do not forget about me conversation is Quan Martin.
Yeah.
He did get benched twice last year, so it's funny to say that it seems like these guys really like him. But if you go back to his first year with this group, I know from talking to people in the building, plus what they said publicly, it was pretty obvious that this is a guy they inherited that they actually really, really like. But they signed Nick Cross. They have Will Harris coming back. Jeremy Reeves played a lot of defense, obviously, last season. Percy Butler's still around. So there's a lot of safeties. Martin was he was the opposite of McGee last year, one of the guys that regressed probably the most. Is he a guy that you think will be on the roster? Where are we at on Quan Martin?
I mean, he's just so talented, and when you watch him, there's certain guys that are just play fast, physical, and violent, and he does that. And I think it's with him, it seems like you just got to get him comfortable. And so, does he play that nickel role for you, or is it Tyler Owens, or does he play the safety opposite Nick Cross? We'll see. And again, he is an intoxicating player because of the physical ability and because of the way he plays. Quite honestly, I love watching him play football. When he's on, he's fantastic to watch. Against Minnesota, which was not a great game. He has this great fit from depth where he's running up, he's making a tackle within 3 yards of line of scrimmage, upending the player, just really physical and downhill. And so I just think that there's something to him. It just, the inconsistency, even when Ron was here, was something that was a little bit perplexing. And when Ron was here, you kind of chalked it up to they're asking him to do too much. He's playing too many positions. And then obviously has that great year when Dan gets here, and then regresses a little bit last year. So you're kind of well, what is he? He's up, he's down, he's up. Are we due for another up Quan Martin year? If so, man, we got to capitalize on that, because I think he's a good football player.
Logan Paulson, as heard on Take Command, discussing some of the players we're chatting about here as guys not worth forgetting about, that still have something in the tank here that could help out this year. I want to get into McGee's potential role, but also the Johnny Newton future as we continue next on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan with you until 6:30. Danny's out today. Toby Altizer is in. We'll talk to Barry Svrluga coming up at 6. He wrote about Alex Ovetkin's future with the Capitals today. Is Ovi going to play another season? And exactly how much has he been talking to the front office? Something that Barry reported on in that piece in The Athletic. We'll get to that in about an hour and 10 minutes. We were just talking about some of the members of the Commanders defense that are forgotten, and that's going to happen when you go out and upgrade to the extent that they did. I mean, their talent on defense exponentially better. Of the 13 contributors brought in via free agency, 10 are on the defensive side of the ball. So when you say, Tim Settle, come on over, we'll pay you $7 million, that's a little bit less play time for Johnny Newton. When you bring in Adafe Owe on the edge with Caleb on Chason, which Charles Amena, who is going to play a little bit of as well, another of the free agents, it's going to push some guys down the depth chart. Toby and I were getting into some of the players that have been shoved down, and the competition created in front of them is going to maybe hurt their chances early in the season. I do think in the big picture, though, Toby, it's a really good thing because they're layered with more talent. If you were to go into the season just allowing Johnny Newton to get those reps because you drafted him 36th overall at some point, you're a worse football team. But Settle's going to be a better run defender, and you're going to be able to use Payne and Kinlaw and maybe a Wise or an Amena who kicked inside or playing like a 5 tech in a 34 or something. You don't have to give anybody reps. That's kind of what I like about being 3 years out now and a couple years removed from the draft picks of a Ben Sinnott, of a Johnny Newton. If those guys perform, there's going to be plenty of play time for them. But if they don't, there's now enough depth on this roster that you can kind of move on with or without them.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I feel part of what Danny's frustration with like the wide receiver core is kind of how I feel about this, where they're depending on some guys that I don't know I want to be in a role where I have to depend on them versus the guys you're talking about right now. If Jordan McGee shows out and shows that he can be a real force, okay, well, then I can adjust to make some playing time for him. If Johnny Newton shows that in year 3 he's taken a jump and can be a real help for this football team, okay, well, I can find a spot for him. Same thing for Quan Martin. If they also show that they're not football players that should be on this football team, I'm not still having to trot them out there for 50% of the snaps.
Right.
And that's what I think can be a good thing for this team is they've still got depth. And that was one thing, Grant, that as time goes on, this is something that they were naturally going to be able to build. And that's what you have to do as a general manager. One of the tough parts that I struggled with last season with some of the injury discussion and being why the season got derailed was, some of it was I just didn't think they played good football. I didn't think that they had the guys. If it were something where they didn't have the depth and everything in place, versus I just thought last year they just didn't play good football. Now you're starting to see that depth built out, though, where, if a guy goes down, they can have somebody step in. And that's something that as time goes on, you're able to do. And that's why this Ron, stuff like that, excuse expired 2 years ago. So anybody that wants to call in with that, if anything goes south this year, that's been expired. Now they've had their chances.
You've had 3 free agencies, 3 drafts. At some point, it's up to you to cement the roster. And to your point, I think they've done a much better job based on free agency this year.
Yeah, I mean, 1 through 53 this year is going to look much better than it has. I mean, in terms
of...
Their
most talented team, by far.
100%. Now, we'll see if the top-end talent of the starters is, but in terms of the depth and stuff that they're going to have, it is a much better roster.
So you make a good point on the wide receiver conversation, which is, I think, discussing when Danny and I go back and forth on... Danny wants to add veterans. I don't want to block the kids necessarily. I'm fine adding veterans, but I don't want redundant players that take away from growth and development. Jordan McGee's a good example, though. It's you say if he plays really well and earns more time, then you can find it. Well, twofold. Number one, it's hard to do that when you don't get to play very much.
Yeah.
It's like saying, if this guy gets hot, we could start playing him more often in baseball. Well, when you're getting 4 at-bats a week or something, it's kind of hard to get rolling, to get into a rhythm. And if you're only getting a few snaps here or there, and I don't just mean in games, I mean with the first team or in practice, if you're mostly working with the cards on the scout team or something, I think that's hard to do. The other part is, how sure are we that you get more playing time? I think this is a creative enough staff, and they have multiple enough players like Sonny Styles who can do a lot, like Frankie Louvu who can play up front, that maybe it could work out in this specific example that a McGee could force his way onto the field. But that isn't always the case, right?
Sure.
Like when you have a Chenal, a Styles, a Louvu, you're kind of just burying McGee. And we're using this one example to kind of have a larger conversation. That's not the end of the world. He was a 5th-round pick. If he doesn't end up playing a whole lot here, that's fine. I think he will be a linebacker in this league for a long time because I think he's talented. But as an example to the receiver position, which we can talk more about next hour, but Antonio Williams does mean a lot to them. That's a third-round pick who's effectively almost like a second-round pick, where they got him, just outside of round 2, and their second pick in this draft class. They have to be right about him. So if you were to sign a Stephon Diggs, making his life a little more difficult, taking away some targets, some routes in practice, some opportunities with Jaden Daniels, I'm not saying he can't break out or become the guy he's supposed to, but you are absolutely placing an obstacle in front of him. Someone might say the juice is worth the squeeze because you're a better team if you have Stephon Diggs than not having him.
Yeah, I think for me, with the guys specifically on defense, though, it's one thing for Williams in that discussion because we haven't seen him yet. I've seen 2 years of Johnny Newton. If it is a thing where he forces himself onto the field in front of some of the other guys, that means he's not just playing at a starter caliber. That means he's playing at a difference maker level.
That
Great.
Cowboys Christmas Day game's happened a few times.
So Jordan McGee, if he finds a way to get on the football field, that means he's playing at a really, really high level. But I don't feel bad. You've had 2 years to prove yourself. Same thing with Quan Martin, and an extra year to prove himself there as well. So that to me is something where it's a little different with that position in terms of receiver versus those ones where I don't feel bad when you've had opportunities and I've decided to try to upgrade. If now you break out and play at such a high level, then that gives me more opportunity to maybe try to find spots, or if I can't find a spot, improves your trade value or whatever it may be. So that'll be something to watch as the season goes on to see if those guys can fit in. But I do like what you have at that linebacker position. I thought it was interesting hearing what Logan has to say, the way that they can move some of those guys around, do some different things. It's not going to be something where, what if Sonny Styles gets off to a little bit of a slow start? Or what if, someone gets dinged up? Or what if they want to try to do some different things and have guys standing up, moving around? Durante Jones is going to be creative, I think, as a defensive coordinator, and just having more weapons to be able to use in different ways, I think is going to be massive for them.
It is a Fanatics Fan Cash Friday on Grant and Danny, so we're going to be giving away Fan Cash as soon as we return. Somebody's going to win $100 in Fanatics Fan Cash right here on The Fan. You better be listening. We're also going to be joined by Bobby Marks of ESPN to talk Wizards basketball next.
The Nationals begin a 6-game road trip, starting with 3 in Atlanta. Game 1 of the series against the Braves tonight, 7:15, right here on the Fan. Richard Lovelady starts for the Nationals as an opener for Miles Michaelis. Bryce Elder starts for the Braves. He's 4-2 with a 2.01 ERA. Nats and Braves, 7:15, right here on the Fan. Hockey playoffs last night, Eastern Conference Finals. Game 1, the Canadians beat the Hurricanes 6-2 to take a 1-0 series lead. Tonight, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals, Golden Knights and Avalanche. On the hardwood last night, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals, the Knicks beat the Cavaliers 109-93 to take a 2-0 series lead. Tonight, a pivotal Game 3 for the Thunder and the Spurs in San Antonio, Western Conference Finals. 8:30 tip-off for that one. That series is tied at a game apiece. In the NFL, Adam Schefter earlier today said that the Giants are unsure if Malik Neighbors is going to be ready for the beginning of the season as he looks to return from ACL surgery. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny. Toby is in for Danny. You just heard him on the update. You're locked into the Fan. It is a Fanatics Fan Cash Friday. We're going to have a winner every Friday on this show moving forward. Fan Cash Fridays are powered by Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Right now, be the 10th caller at 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny, and you will have a chance at $100 in fan cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Good luck to everybody dialing right now. Want to go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome on our favorite National NBA guest to talk all thing Wizards and NBA playoffs with. Bobby Marks joins us now from ESPN. Bobby, it's great to have you back on in the district. Your piece on your free agent rankings, top 20 players for 2026, and some of your predictions for the offseason was awesome. So I actually want to start locally with the Wiz and what you had to say about Trae Young. You've concocted an extension here. Looks like 3 years, $130 million, $40 million salary next season replaces his $49 million player option. Walk me through this. Is there any reason not to do that now? I was kind of hoping no extension. Do you think it's a lock that they extend him?
Well, I don't know. I mean, listen, I think there's a lot of different directions you can go with Trae. I think certainly he could opt in, and then you could potentially navigate something during the year. You'll have up until next June 30th of next year to do a 4-year deal, or as I wrote, you could lower that number potentially to go from 49 to 40 or high 30s, and then the trade-off with him doing that is to add some guaranteed years here. So there's a lot of different directions as far as with that. I think the days of a max player, him and Anthony Davis, I think are probably over, just based on where they are at this stage of their career here. So, yeah, I mean, I think if you want to just play it out, you can do that too. I think there's certainly risk when it comes to that. But I do think, probably where he is, he's probably a $38 to $40 million player right now.
I mean, I think some of the things that made it attractive when they acquired a guy like Trae Young and Anthony Davis is the fact that they weren't tied to them long term. So what do you think of Trae Young as a player at this point, so that you're giving him 3 years? So he's going to be here for the foreseeable future. Do you think he's someone that can still be a big part of a team that hopefully is starting to make a push for the playoffs here soon?
You should. I mean, you guys went through 3 years of building through the draft, and it's, you've seen what happens. I think eventually you have to get talent on the roster, and I think you did with Trae and certainly Anthony Davis, and then you get the number one pick, and I think you're at a different development stage than where you were, where you were a couple of years ago. He's still a really good player. I know, what the numbers said last year with when on and off and when he didn't play in Atlanta here, but I think certainly, he's one of the better passing guards here. And I would just kind of caution that if you do want to just play out the year, there's $17-18 million that are going to have significant cap space next offseason, which is in 27, to go out and sign him with that and everything. So I would be stunned with if he plays out the year on an expiring contract.
9.8 assists per game in his career for Trae Young, you point out in your piece. trails only Magic Johnson and John Stockton in NBA history. Pretty amazing playmaker and creator offensively, which is what the Wizards have coveted. I was listening to Michael Winger talk to Ryan Russillo in an interview recently, and they were talking about free agency, basically. And as someone who ran a cap and ran front offices, I want to ask you about this.
Yep.
You know where I'm going with this, but it was basically like the idea was, Winger was saying, yeah, cap space is great, but it's risky. Like, you just don't know.
Yeah.
And he didn't say the quiet part out loud, which is, I'm running the Wizards front office. I don't know if guys want to come here or not. You hope so. But we've been here and done this. I remember when they thought Kevin Durant was coming, and then they ended up having to give the bag to Jan Mahimi and Andrew Nicholson or something.
Yeah.
What do you make of, like, I like the idea of what's behind door number 3 over keeping Anthony Davis around, keeping Trae Young around, but maybe I've got to recalibrate on that because the bird in the hand might be better than this mystery player that may or may not ever come here.
I think for me to go on TV and talk about cap space, it's awesome. To be in a front office, not so much. I think there's certainly caution in there, and I think that's why we've seen the ability of. I think the last couple of years we've had 60 players sign extensions. This offseason we've got 3 teams that have cap space. That's a big reason why. We wrote this article today. It's kind of what I would pay these guys based on, and some of them were really the unrestricted free agents, and it probably hurt some of these agents' heart a little bit as far as what these numbers would be. But yeah, the reality is that last year we saw one player change teams in free agency that signed for more than $20 million per year, and that was Miles Turner, and that was because Milwaukee used the waive and stretch provision on Damian Lillard. To build a roster with cap space outside of your own free agents, it's extremely, extremely difficult. I do not envy what Rob Pelinka and the Lakers are going to have to go through this summer if they do not run this group back here. So I agree with what Michael and the group did as far as going out and get, pre-free agency, we call it, getting Trae in January, AD in February here, because let's face it, if they don't do those 2 deals, they're probably staring at $80 million, $90 million and not, a high-level free agent group.
Talking with Bobby Marks here on Grant and Danny. Toby Altizer sitting in for Danny. What do you think happens with Anthony Davis? I mean, that's been a big discussion around here. Is he even going to play for the Wizards? You're mentioning maybe they even have to consider a contract with him as well. What do you think ultimately happens there?
It's interesting. AD is extension eligible as of August 6th. He can extend for 4 more years. Basically, you take the player option away and then add 4 to that. So it'd really be 3 years of new money. I think you have to, temper it a little bit. The days of a 4-year, $275 million extension doesn't exist anymore for him. He's, 33 years old. We know the durability issues here. I do think if it makes sense where there's a compromise from both sides, and I know you could make the argument, well, we haven't seen him on the court yet. That is certainly fair, and I think that's something you can entertain, during the regular season here. I don't think it's a, sense of urgency there.
Bobby Marks of ESPN, talking all things Wizards NBA. We'll get to the national landscape in a second. One more on the Wiz. They hit the lottery. Sure. People are still thrilled about what lies ahead for them here. I think it was viewed the moment they won the lottery when we were all in shock that they won the rights to A.J. DeBonsa. And it doesn't really seem like that's actually the reality of it, both because maybe there's more due diligence to do here, and maybe it's Peterson or something else. But also, maybe it's the asset that you won, where Utah wants to come up from 2 and get DeBonsa, and you move back and get Peterson and something else. How do you view the top of the draft board? Is it DeBonsa and a gap, or is it closer than that?
No, this isn't Victor. This is not Victor, and it's probably not even Cooper Flag last year. I think you can make a case for both players at number 1. With AJ and certainly Darren, and I think there's 2 really good players that are right behind him with Boozer and Caleb Wilson of North Carolina. We did the night of the lottery or the day of the lottery, and we went heavy on them. And I'm like waving my hand. I'm like, there's other guys out there. It's like there is a really good big 4 of this group here. So I think you have to be careful. I think the next 5 weeks or up until the draft, they're going to go through every process. They'll bring both guys in. They'll evaluate them on the court. They'll meet with ownership. I think you have to go back to the tape a lot as far as watching AJ at BYU, and I think Darren at Kansas, and back to high school, and figuring out kind of what's the best fit. I said it on TV last week during the Combine. I think it would be important to have your own players there when either player comes through. So whether it be AD or Trey or some of your younger players, as far as interacting, to see how that fit is with that group and everything like that. So if they stay at 1 or if you move back to 2, I think you're going to get a really good player there.
If they do get offers, if there is calls coming from Utah, like, A, is that realistic? B, how far back would you be willing to go? What could they add?
I wouldn't go past 2.
You wouldn't?
I wouldn't go past 2, no.
Okay, so let's say it's the Jazz coming up for DeBonsa, and their owner, by the way, is a BYU donor who got him to BYU. They have a relationship, so there's some truth, I think, maybe to the interest there. But let's say you go back to Peterson. What could you get in that trade?
That's a good question. I mean, I think it's a matter of how much separation is there between the two players. If you kind of see them neck and neck, I think, certainly the asking price is probably, you would certainly probably want to ask for a lot as far as whether it be a future first, whether it be a player. Certainly Ace Bailey's been mentioned a lot. We've heard his name a lot. I think we saw a couple years ago, or maybe more than a couple years ago, Boston moving back from 1 to 3. They wound up getting Tatum. Fultz goes to Philly. They wound up getting a future first out of that deal here. I think it's a matter of, if you do want to move back a spot, how do you evaluate both players? I think if you have AJ on your board and there is some separation between the two players with Darren, or maybe if it's potentially Boozer or something like that. Maybe you figure you can get Cam Boozer at 3 or 2. I think there's ways to do it. I just think you can't be cute with it. I think the one thing you don't want to do is move back in the draft and pick a player that you're basically kind of stuck with.
Going national here, Bobby. I feel like we've had this discussion plenty, but what's going to happen with LeBron?
It's a good question. He did a podcast with Steve Nash this week, and he went through, I think I saw it on TV, what June or July or August, and I was like, well, wait a minute, if he's still thinking about August, he's not going to be on the Lakers. That ain't going to happen, because he basically has this big cap hold that's holding against the cap, and they can't go out and sign players until they figure out his future here. I think there's a couple ways you could look at it. There's the run it back option, as far as with bringing the same group back, and him at a lesser number. In the article today, I had him at one year, $30 million, and that would allow you to still have the flexibility to run it back here. I think if you're looking elsewhere, it becomes a lot more complicated as far as from a financial standpoint, just because there's not a ton of cap space, out there and everything like that. So you're looking at the veteran minimum, the non-taxman level, which is at $15 million. So I think he'll still play. I think the big question will be, where is it?
It sounds like you do think there's an actual chance that he's not a Laker and he's not a Cav, though, that he could add another team to the back of the basketball card.
I think it's a matter of what he wants to do. I mean, he's made almost $600 million in his career, so I don't think we're at a point where it's about, breaking the bank on the next contract. I think it gives him the ability to win a championship, or considering that he's been in LA for a long time and his family lives there. I don't know if him going to chase a ring somewhere in San Antonio, for example, would, appeases him as far as for that here. But I think, listen, if the Lakers say to him, hey, we're going to go in a different direction, which they haven't, and we were going to use this cap space to go chase these 3 players, and this is kind of what you have for him, I think everything should be on the table.
Bobby, I'm curious what you've thought of these playoffs, and obviously we have some really good conference finals matchups, and also from like a front office perspective, is there anything that you're seeing with the way these 4 teams that are left have been constructed that maybe you could see trending in the next couple of years?
Depth matters. You better have depth if you want to go far in these playoffs. I think you see it in OKC with Jalen Williams' injury, and then you've got, Keisha Wallace and Isaiah Joe and Jared McCain, and there's a litany of guards there. Alex Caruso. San Antonio too, the ability to sustain Victor not playing or Dylan Harper not playing. I think that's probably my biggest takeaway is that to build a roster to sustain these playoffs, you've got to add depth. It was something that was an Achilles for the Knicks last year, and they bring up they signed Jordan Clarkson, Deuce McBride has an extended more minutes. Landry Shamet's been really good. Mitchell Robinson plays more, so to get through it, you got to have guys coming off your bench.
Bobby Marks is on social at BobbyMarks42. You should check out his piece on ESPN.com, which is fantastic. Of course, you watch him on ESPN's television coverage. Last one for me is on Wemby and what we saw in Game 1.
Sure.
And I know that there's been a second game since, and SGA bounces back and scores 30, and the Thunder even the series. But I'm still kind of buzzing based on that first game.
Yeah.
And Wembyama afterwards going full Jordan, like, yeah, I took that personally. That was incredible theater. First, who wins this series, and does Wemby have a chance to become the face of the sport by the time this postseason's done?
Oh, I think he certainly does. I mean, certainly them getting out of out of the conference finals would certainly help his case. I think when I watch him play, I mean, the amount of times I chuckle to myself on some of the plays that he makes, certainly offensively and defensively, and his impact. And it reminds me when we were young, we used to put that Nerf hoop on the back of our door, and we used to pretend we can dunk and do all these different things. And it's like watching that, right? Like how easy and effortless it is for him. So I think, listen, he's only in the third year of his career, which is remarkable. And they will continue to get better. I mean, the scary thought is that I had a piece earlier in the week is that between them and Oklahoma City, they have 50 draft picks between them in the next 8 years. So they will continually reload these two really good rosters.
Well, Bobby, appreciate the time. The Wizards fans are buzzing, so exciting time for that, and the conference finals have been great, so always great to chat with you.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
I love talking to Bobby Marks. He is the best. Joining us here on Grant and Danny. At the start of the segment, for the first of many Fridays, we kicked off our series, the Fanatics Fan Cash Friday giveaway. We've got our winner on the line, Chris in Aldi. Chris, you're on the Fan. Congrats. How are you feeling about winning $100 in Fan Cash?
I feel great. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Love the show.
Well, thank you, buddy. Thanks for listening. Congrats again on behalf of the Fan and Fanatics.
All right. Sounds good. Keep up the good work. Have a good one.
Appreciate you, brother. There you go. A chance to win every Friday on Grant and Danny. It's the Fanatics Fan Cash Friday giveaway on Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan at 6 o'clock. Barry's for Luga on Alex Ovetkin's future.
This update is driven by Oarsman Alexandria Kia, where they like to say, let's ride together. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip, starting with a 3-game series in Atlanta. Game 1 of that series tonight, 7:15, right here on the Fan. Richard Lovelady going to serve as an opener for Miles Michaelis. For the Nationals, Bryce Elder. He's 4-2 with a 2.01 ERA. He gets the ball for the Braves. Nats and Braves, 7:15. Right here on the Fan. In hockey, Game 2, the Western Conference Finals tonight, Golden Knights and Avalanche. Vegas with a 1-0 series lead in that one. Western Conference Finals Game 3 on the hardwood tonight as well. Thunder and Spurs at 8:30. That series is tied at a game apiece. In the NFL, Adam Schefter reporting earlier today that the Giants are unsure if Malik Neighbors is going to be ready for the beginning of the season. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they said, Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Taking you up to 6:30 and pregame ahead of Nats baseball. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks to Toby for the update. He's hanging out today. Danny is out. It is time for an audio vault. Get you a little feel. A lot of NFL content, I will tell you, of some of the things we saw on the web worth chatting about. Here we go. Let's dig in. Got a long tail. Long tail.
We should clean up in here. It's kind of dusty.
Very creepy in this place.
Yeah, very creepy. I feel like this is my first time in here with you, and it's a little bit weird.
It's a weird audio vault. Just enjoy the space.
Okay.
We're like in the cooler having our drinks right now.
Yeah.
This is our cooler, but it's an audio vault.
Yeah.
All right. Let's start with the Malik Neighbors situation. This is getting weird. John Harbaugh was pretty cryptic in discussing Malik Neighbors, but the speculation that Neighbors may not be ready for the start of the season did not change when John Harbaugh talked about it this week.
John, we haven't asked you in a couple months. Where's Malik at in his rehab at this point?
Yeah, he's in the middle of it. It's just it's such a hard thing. It's an ACL and whatever else he had in that knee. Not a simple knee, So he's in the slog of it, the grind of it, I would say. So he's fighting through it. And he's here every day, working hard at it. Just impossible to predict. I mean, the goal is to, start the season and get out there sometime in training camp. That'd be the goal, and we'll see what happens. If he's out there, great. If he's not out there, great. We'll be ready to go either way. But I know he's fighting like crazy to do his best to be out there, and he's with the guys every day.
I don't know if it's great if he's not out there.
If he's not out there, great.
Second, best weapon, wide receiver one. Second option is he's not out there. Also equally as good. I don't know if that's how it works, but he was being pretty vague there. People forget Malik Neighbors got hurt in week 4.
Yeah, it was early.
It was the 4th game of the season. He already had 18 catches and 35 targets, by the way. He was cooking. But 2 touchdowns into his year, coming off of 109 for 1,200 yards and 7 tutties as a rookie. He went down. And as a week 4, week 5 time frame ACL, it's clockwork. You are back for week 1.
Yeah.
You're full speed. You're probably on the field for all of training camp. That's how that normally works. But he's had a second procedure on the knee, and it is not going accordingly. This entire recovery, he's clearly behind schedule. Let's get some more context from not John Harbaugh. This was Adam Schefter talking about Malik Neighbors on ESPN's Pat McAfee show this week.
We'll start off with the fact that he's in the building, he's working hard, he's rehabbing, he's trying to get back as soon as he can. But saying all that, I just don't like the way that any of this sounds, right? There's a second knee surgery. There's some scar tissue and stiffness that they need to address. It's a complicated procedure. They don't know if he'll be ready for opening day. Whoa. It certainly sounds like, at the very least, opening night against the Dallas Cowboys at home is in jeopardy. And it almost feels like, at this point in time, that it would be more unlikely that he would play in that game than it is likely that he would play in that game. And look, Jackson Dart is the quarterback of the future there. If we go back to last year when they finally called on Jackson Dart and Malik Neighbors played one half of football together.
I did not realize that. That's nuts to think about.
Yeah.
So they have not been on the field together at all, really. But I bring in the Schefter audio there, Toby, because that's way more revealing than Harbaugh saying a lot of nothing.
Yeah.
He's doing some reporting, also doing some speculating, but it comes from what he's hearing. To me, it sounds like Malik Neighbors is not playing in week 1.
That stuff can linger. I mean, ACL injuries, like we talked about a little bit earlier, it just feels like run of the mill at this point. Okay, mark it down for 9 months, then they'll be back. And some guys are pushing a little bit earlier than that. Some it takes just a hair longer, but pretty much routine, you're going to be back. And that's not necessarily the case. It's not good when you're having to have follow-up surgeries and scar tissue and all those sorts of things. I'm curious to see how long this takes. It sounds like there might have been a little bit more, because if it's just an ACL, I think that he'd be all right. But it didn't remember at the end of the year when we'd see him at MetLife Stadium or wherever we'd see him, he was still on crutches.
Yes.
At times when I've had an ACL surgery, and by that timeline, not to say that I'm anywhere the athlete that he is.
Very
but
similar, yeah.
A little bit less explosiveness for me, but I could at least walk around. He wasn't walking yet, which is crazy.
You're right. I mean, there was right away, it came out last year, like something's not completely copacetic here. And then it wasn't until, I don't know about you, I heard the first time a couple of weeks ago with the big report that he had a second procedure, a recent procedure. You're going, wait a second, the timeline for the start of the year is starting to look murky. And now Schefter's going, week 1's very much in doubt. Well, okay, week 1's in doubt. What about, then you're not back in week 2 for sure.
Exactly.
Like, what are we talking about? So now you're pup listed, you're short-term IR, you're probably missing a month, you're coming back maybe week 5, week 6, but we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. But that's the way things are at least trending outside of the building with speculation this week. Let's stay in the NFC East. Vic Fangio. You'll remember that there was a report out of Philly that he was considering retirement. This is one of those something is not right in that building storylines.
Clearly.
Where they moved on from their offensive coordinator. Their beloved, talented defensive coordinator was contemplating calling it quits. They finished number 7 in yards per play, number 5 in scoring defense under Fangio, who's long been one of the best defensive coordinators in the league. He said today it never really got that close to him hanging him up.
No, I wasn't close. I've had those thoughts and, the last few years. Every year at the end of the year, I just think about it, and I never really got serious to where I would have done it. And, it's no different than I did after 24 season, after 23 season. I told the players the other day that, we had our annual physical. We get physicals as coaches, and the docs told me I was reverse aging with my lab work and everything that came up. So I told them, you guys are stuck with me for a while, a long while.
When you have to come back, though, what is it that keeps you coming back? What keeps you going?
I still like doing it. I like the group of guys we have. I like working with them. I still like the challenge of the job. Work for a good organization. Really, it's just something that I think you'll always think about at the end of the year. But in the end, I didn't come close to doing it, and I really don't foresee myself doing it. I'm good for 2 years, at least.
It's good to hear. He's 67 years old. Fangio's an excellent coach. I took his retirement rumblings as evidence that maybe there's some friction with Sirianni.
Remember, Stoutland is no longer with that organization. Exactly. Like, there's got to be something in there. And it was, I've thought about it the last couple of years. And when I'm thinking about retirement, looking through it and trying to read between the lines, it's probably like, do I really want to work with Nick Sirianni for another year? Like, that kind of feels like what that is.
That's what it feels like. This guy's career is pretty epic, by the way. He started as a high school football linebackers coach in 1979 at Dunmore High School. 1980, 8 years before I'm born, he's calling the defensive plays there as the coordinator. Then he works his way up as a grad assistant at North Carolina, became a defensive assistant for the Philadelphia Baltimore Stars, whatever the hell that is. Becomes the D coordinator for the first time in the league after getting a linebacker's job with the Saints in 1995 with the Panthers. And he's had a very limited opportunity to be a head coach with the Broncos for a few seasons, but he's a stud. This is his second go-round with Philadelphia. Very, very good. All right, Aaron Rodgers is indeed hanging them up. He made that very clear this week. There will be no dog and pony show. He's not going to drag this out all year as he's done in the past. He came right out in his first press conference of the season and said, this is it.
Aaron, do you believe this could be your last year? Or do you even think of that right now?
Yes.
As in your last year?
This is it. Yeah.
So we get a year to shower Aaron Rodgers and throw rose petals at his feet. I'm sure he'll be bummed about that. He doesn't love attention or anything. One last ride, the all-time leader in quarterback rating and in interception percentage. And we've done the topic before, like what's your sports take that gets you in the most trouble? For me, it's Aaron Rodgers is the number 2 quarterback I've ever seen. So for me, it goes Peyton Manning 1, Aaron Rodgers 2, and then Tom Brady is next. And everyone gets very bothered by that because wins, though, and championships, though. Aaron Rodgers, arm talent, all time. Throwing to the football, still to this day. Moving around's not great. Some of the other things have slowed down. When he's throwing it, he's right up there with the best of them.
I think he, in terms of just natural throwers of the football, once he made some of those mechanical changes early in his career, there's no one prettier to watch throw a football than Aaron Rodgers. Just the ability that he had, the accuracy, the movement, those sorts of things, like you mentioned. He's so fun. It's kind of the last guy of that era of quarterbacks, I guess, unless Phillip Rivers decides to come back for another run. But that was, it's crazy to see him still playing. When you think about him and Manning and Brady, and he's still out there going after it. But one final ride for Aaron Rodgers. I don't know that it's going to go particularly well. These last couple of years have been a little bit of a slog, but it'll be fun to watch him one final time.
Yeah, he does have a Super Bowl championship, and that'll be his forever when he hangs him up. So does Sam Darnold. He was on a podcast, the San Clemente podcast, talking about J.J. McCarthy, and he actually understands why the Vikings chose McCarthy over himself.
I totally understand the move to go with the younger quarterback on a rookie deal, and signing these veteran players that you can maybe pay a little bit more while he's on his rookie deal, especially if you believe in him.
The business side of it.
Yeah, the business side of it, I totally understand. And I think JJ is a good player. I think he's going to be a really good player in this league. I truly believe that. And for them to see that and be like, all right, we're going to, Sam, that was a great year, but the business part of it, it was okay, I totally understand.
That's the hardest part of this whole thing is
it really is. And it's kind of going back to your story too, with the whole Saints thing. I'm sure they could have probably figured out a way to keep you, but I mean, you probably found it in your heart of hearts to maybe understand that part of it.
Yeah.
That was Sam Darnold on a pod talking about J.J. McCarthy. I thought the Vikings got a little bit of a raw deal with how everybody basically crushed them for letting him walk out the door.
Well, the people forget how that ended. With Darnold was not playing well in the biggest games of the year.
Correct.
So I don't necessarily blame them for moving on. Now, you're going to have to catch the flack if he goes out and plays well like he did, but I can't bring a quarterback back that I don't know if he's ever going to show up in big moments.
Well, he pooped his pants in Week 18 in the division championship game against the Lions. And I don't know what's worse than pooping your pants, but he did that in the playoff game against the Rams where he got sacked 8,000 times. Those 2 games were disgusting. And it's when he's playing for his future. And you've already drafted a guy in the top 10.
Exactly.
So everyone can pretend how could you possibly keep McCarthy? He's terrible. If your point is you saw him in practice and in the preseason early on, he played well in the preseason, by the way. You should already know that Darnold's a better player. If that's the take, I don't think it's right, but I guess I could live with it. It is completely unrealistic to expect that a team that just took a guy in the top 10 is going to roll with a journeyman who crashed and burned at the end of his season.
Well, I mean, it's any situation. We're going to be talking about this with the Rams for years after they took Ty Simpson. It was the discussion we had with the Packers with Jordan Love, all right, when are they going to get rid of Aaron Rodgers, an all-time great? Much less a guy like Sam Darnold, who up until last season hadn't really proven that he can be a clutch, really good quarterback. But I think those sorts of sound bites, Grant, are really cool when you have a professional athlete who understands the business of the sport, the things that we are talking about, the things you're talking about with your buddies as a fan of the team, about the way that the team should operate. He understands it from that perspective. Obviously, he wants to be treated a certain way as a player, but understanding the business of it and then having the confidence and the understanding in yourself, all right, I'll go make it work somewhere else. I think that's kind of cool to hear from an athlete because so often we just hear oh man, they screwed me, they slighted me. And it's that was probably good business, what they were doing. But I like hearing it from the other side where they can understand a little bit too. Hey, sometimes it's not going to work in my favor.
I want to play a clip of an interview Kyle Busch did a week ago. Kyle Busch, the generational talent in NASCAR, who was a two-time Cup Series champion, one of the sport's best drivers of all time, tragically died yesterday at 41 years old. This was a staggering stop you in your tracks story because he had just been racing the previous weekend and to everybody's knowledge was not ill. There was nothing going on. He was just a guy at the top of his game, so to speak, as an all-time great in his sport. 22nd full-time season in NASCAR's top division ongoing right now. But as it turns out, he passed away. His family said he was rushed to the hospital in the morning yesterday. They were asking for prayers. He was very ill, they said, and all in one fell swoop in one day, he was gone. It's just a horrible
sad.
story. Thoughts and prayers go out to his loved ones. There's been subsequent information today, and 911 call, always uncomfortable when you hear those, but that he was basically, an ambulance was rushed to him, and he was coughing up blood. It just sounds like a terrible situation. But what's incredible about this interview via Fox Sports is after he won at the Monster Mile in Dover Truck Series just last weekend, a handful of days ago, listen to what he says about why he enjoyed the day so much.
In front of the fans that are all on their feet down here at the Monster Mile, and Michael Waltrip said earlier in the race that a confident Kyle Busch is a dangerous Kyle Busch. Your 69th victory in this series, your 5th right here. Why do these moments never get old, Kyle?
Because you never know when the last one is, so I know all too well, unfortunately, with the Cup stuff, but here with the truck stuff right now is it's awesome just to be a part of Spire Motorsports. Thanks to Jeff and Dan and Mr. H for the opportunity. HendrickCars.com. I'm sure it looked great out front leading the race, and it wasn't just Kyle Larson doing it. So feels good to have another Kyle being able to do it and putting ourselves in victory lanes.
That was this weekend.
It's just so sad and puts everything in perspective. Really does. I mean, there's a guy that was seemingly healthy, all things good, getting ready for his next race, which is coming up this weekend, and all of a sudden, everything just spirals so quickly. It's so sad.
Yeah, thinking about his family, but he's one of the greats to ever race. Kyle Busch gone at 41 years old. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. We'll talk to Barry Svrluga of The Athletic coming up a little after 6 o'clock. Wrote a piece today about Alex Ovetkin. Apparently the conversations have begun between he and the front office about the future. Not necessarily contract talks, but Svrluga's reporting that he's asking a lot of questions about what their plans are moving forward with this Capitals roster, and those answers could inform his interest in coming back. I've been of the belief all along, based on his post-season press conference on Teardown Day, he wants to be here. He made it pretty clear, I thought. He said his kids want him to play, his wife's happy that he plays, he wants to play, and he left the Capitals out of it. But I think the Capitals, that's the last part of the equation here. They've said since day one, we're going to do what Ovi wants. So if so facto, he's going to play hockey.
Yeah, sure seems like it. I mean, it's something that, you got to make sure that it's the right thing for both sides of it. But, I think, to me, he gets at least 1 year where it's like, okay, maybe that's the swan song type of year. I know you kind of felt like that could have been last season a little bit. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it felt like a little bit like, okay, that might be the end of it, versus I think he gets maybe 1 more year before it starts to get to the point where it's like, okay, man, like enough is enough. But I think he can still help this team out. He does limit them in some ways in terms of what they're able to do with their power play and those sorts of things, and he's going to be put in his opportune spots. He's not going to give a whole lot defensively, but he's still someone that draws a lot of people to Capital One Arena to go see him.
Oh, and if you get a year, if you're Ted Leonsis, where everybody now knows it is the final season, you get 40-plus home dates of Alex Ovechkin last season. This is not just the last 2 or 3 home games when everyone thought, just in case, I'll buy a ticket, and we saw those numbers on those tickets in the lower bowl skyrocket. The entire year is going to be packed. In the second half of your home schedule, the final 20-plus games over the last few months, I would imagine everything's a sellout, getting back to the old Rock the Red era of a few years ago. And not only that, but the atmosphere is just going to be electric as everyone comes and says their goodbyes. That would be the one great benefit. I also think he will score goals. He'll help them offensively. Just a matter of how much money is he going to command, because they got plenty of cap space. Even if they pay Alex Ovechkin, they're going to be fine from a cap space standpoint. I just want to have the ability to be a player in all the big sweepstakes if I want to.
Yeah.
If Austin Matthews is on the trade block, if there's a team shopping a superstar who has a massive deal, go back to like the Pierre-Luc Dubois contract they took on. I want to be able to do that with a couple guys. It just gets a little bit harder if you pay Ovechkin a ton of money, but we'll talk with Barry about that coming up. The other big story to track this evening is the NBA playoffs continuing with the Western Conference Finals, Game 3. By the way, the spread in this game, Toby, San Antonio is a 1.5-point home favorite. 1-1 series. Thunder took Game 2. Total set for 218.5. I think if, I'm not betting this game because it's a toss-up, but if you are, you should just take the Thunder on the money line, because you're getting them at plus 105. That's great value on a team in a pick'em game that is a defending champion with a 2-time MVP leading them.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch this one tonight. It's really good basketball. This is a fun series to watch, and this feels like if the Spurs win this series, obviously they have to go on to win the NBA Finals too, but if they win this series, it almost feels like an anointing of Victor Wembanyama. It's already felt a little bit like that. Game 1 felt like, oh man, Victor starting to take that crown, but then SGA and the Thunder were like, no, we're still the defending champs in Game 2. So it'll be curious to see when you go to San Antonio, how does that series shift a little bit? But this is one that you hope you get 7 games out of it, and we'll see who ends up winning it. But regardless, this is probably the finals. It feels like whoever wins this is going to win it all, but it's a fun one to watch, and it's great to be led by 2 superstars like that.
Ben Golliver wrote a great story for ESPN.com today. In fact, Darius, we should get him on next week to talk about it, because I thought it was awesome. I read it this morning where he opined about and kind of gave details on Wemby shattering the age curve in the NBA playoffs. And the idea was Jordan did not lead the Bulls out of the first round until his 4th season. People forget that. Kobe Bryant, very famously, had a brutal early series against the Utah Jazz as a rookie. LeBron James, in his playoff career at the beginning, teams wanted him to shoot from the outside. They'd left him open and said, all right, beat us, because he had not worked that part of his game to the level that it would eventually get to. And you think about those early stumbles of some of the greats ever. Victor Wembanyama's challenging conventional wisdom. He has raised his game, and he's doing something right now at 22 years old in year 2 that doesn't really happen. If you look at him as a playoff performer, first in playoff efficiency rating, rebounds and blocks among players who have appeared in at least 10 playoff games. This is from Golliver. The French phenom made a strong case that he's the best player in the world in that 41-24 game one, double overtime victory. But he goes on to say he's doing this basically at least a year, if not 2 years, ahead of what is expected from NBA greats.
Yeah, I mean, you're just seeing a guy that they limited some of his minutes throughout the season to make sure that he'd be healthy, and I think you've seen it's worked out. I mean, this is a guy who is an absolute superstar and someone that really there's just not a whole lot of answers for. I mean, the Thunder should have an answer for him in Chet Holmgren because he's a very similar body type, athleticism, skill-wise, like the skill set-wise, like very similar players, but there's just nothing you can do when Victor Wembanyama gets going. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch if there's a team that can stop him. Obviously, it's the Thunder who have so many different guys who can contribute. This is a fun series. I mean, this is the good stuff right here in the NBA.
All-time statistically, age 22 playoff runs right now based on the numbers and value. Chris Paul with the Hornets in 07-1. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in 69-70 with the Bucks 2. Wemby third. And then Luka with the Mavs in 21 and Amari Stoudemire with the Suns in 04-05 is your top 5. Wemby right in the middle of it.
Incredible.
At number 3. Let's talk to Paris Faluga next. We'll get into Alex Ovechkin's future with the Capitals on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series in Atlanta against the Braves tonight. 7:15 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Richard Lovelady going to serve as an opener for Miles Michaelis tonight. Bryce Elder set to start for the Braves. He's 4-2 with a 2.01 ERA. Nats and Braves 7:15 right here on the Fan. In hockey, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals tonight. Golden Knights and the Avalanche. Vegas leads the series 1-0. Also, Western Conference Finals on the hardwood. Thunder and Spurs. That series is tied at a game apiece. Game 3 tonight at 8:30. In football, NFL news, Giants are unsure if Malik Neighbors is going to be ready for the beginning of the season as he looks to come back from ACL surgery, that according to Adam Schefter. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny before a long 3-day weekend. Hopefully everybody's got something fun planned. We appreciate you checking us out. On this Friday, the show's sponsored by the law firm Kandori and Murat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate admin. They do it all. Make sure you get with them. If you need any of that important stuff done for you or your family, schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention us so you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. On the Rude Guest Hotline, we find our friend Barry Sverluga of The Athletic, their senior columnist, who had a great story today on Alex Ovetkin and whether or not he's coming back and what kind of conversations are being had between him and the team. So we can talk about that and both the Washington Nationals fast start as well. Barry's been chronicling for The Athletic. Barry, it's good to catch up with you. It's good to see you writing again, by the way. A little hiatus there, a little respite.
Yeah, but it feels good to be back in the game and like around stuff that I know that I'm familiar with. And I've been wrestling with this Ovi situation for the better part of 3 months. So finally happy to get something out there on it.
It had to be crazy. Like I always think about that. If I take a vacation or something, it's always nice to recharge the batteries, but it's weird to not have a place to then talk about things or whatever. I mean, to think about all the stuff you wanted to write while you were waiting to be able to do it had to be crazy. But because of that, you're shot out of a cannon here. You've had some great pieces over the last couple of weeks here in May. And let's just start with this Ovi story that he might actually return for one more season and why he might not. But then also this idea that he is going to call his own shot and he's having discussions with the team. So who's asking the questions of who here, I guess, is what I want to know.
I think it's a two-way street, Grant, and I think that's kind of how it should be, probably. That the thing that I found interesting in talking to people, and obviously in the piece I have on-the-record quotes from Ted Leonsis, who, this is an ownership thing. Like this player propped up an owner's team in this town and changed a sport in this town. And so Ted Leonsis is granting him the grace of it's your decision. Like we will bring you back and we will pay you if that's what you want to do, but we're not gonna force you one way or the other. And therefore the front office has kind of a dual plan for the off season. If he comes back, we'll handle it this way. If he doesn't come back, we'll handle it this way. But I think the questions from the team to the player are, how does your body feel? Do you think you can replicate what you just did, which was playing 82 games as a 41-year-old, which he will be next year? And I think what I found interesting, both from Leonsis and other people I talked to in the organization, is that Ovi was really, really disappointed about missing the playoffs this year. They missed it by 3 points. And in some ways, forget the individual totals. He led the team in goals and points and even strength goals and all that kind of stuff. that doesn't give him the soft landing on the way out that another playoff appearance and maybe win a series or win 2 series, like that would be a much more satisfying end to him in his mind. So I thought that was really quite interesting. And then I heard what you guys were talking about economically, before the break, before I got on. Another thing I found interesting in just reporting around this is he made $9.5 million this past year in the last year of his final extension. It sounds to me like that's not a number that he cares about. He doesn't need to match that money for one more year. The money is not the important part. So if they have north of $35 million in cap space, which it seems like is what they have, and they can bring Ovi back on a number that is, I'm just guessing here, 5, 6, 7 million, somewhere in there, then they still have the means to improve their roster by, going for a big ticket free agent, if they can lure them here, or as you said, Grant, trading for a big ticket contract like they did with Dubois, and taking on that money from a team that feels like maybe they made a mistake in signing such a long-term deal with a player. So I'm less worried about the flexibility for them. I was very concerned that if he came back, it's really limiting in terms of roster building for Brian McClellan and Chris Patrick. I'm less concerned about that now, having made a bunch of calls about this over the past couple of weeks.
Barry, if they're willing to make, or Ovi's at least willing to make some concessions in terms of not making as large amounts of money in terms of the contract and against the salary cap, do you think that there's some concessions he could make in terms of his usage? Obviously, we've seen the difference in usage now in his career versus what we've seen throughout his career, but do you think there are some other ways that maybe he can say, all right, I understand that I'm not the player I once was, I'm not the same guy anymore, but I'm still, the team's going to show him the respect of giving him power plays and those sorts of things, but are there other ways that maybe they can say, all right, this is kind of the last go-round for you, we're going to still try to make the playoffs so you can have that, final time in the sun like you were talking about?
And yeah, I think that's a really good point, Toby. There have to be, I think this is a good position for them to be in because they have to have frank conversations on both sides. Ovi asking, how are you going to build this roster and what would the team be like around me? And the team asking, Alex, would you be willing to not play 2 minutes on the power play? Could you play 1 minute on the power play? Could you be on the second power play? Could you be, this is not a team that's super star heavy, so they're not going to have a line, the top line is not going to be just so dominant with ice time. They're going to have to roll 4 lines. But I think the reality is that if Ovetkin is centered by Dylan Strome, that's probably going to be, in their best iteration, the third line, which means a little bit fewer minutes. He's, one point I made in this piece that was kind of a point of discussion late in the year is that Spencer Carberry just did not feel comfortable all year using Ovi's line in the defensive zone when there was a faceoff there. That's quite limiting. There's a trickle down through the lineup if you can only take offensive draws with, offensive zone draws with your star player, essentially. How does that filter down through how he's rolling those 4 lines? Those conversations, I think, are very real and are happening. And I think Alex is realistic enough, from what I've gathered, that he knows he's not going to be playing, 20 minutes a night. I think his message has been to Carberry and to the front office, if I'm going well, use me then. If I'm struggling, dial it back a little bit. Hopefully he has that sense of self-awareness that, at 41, even if he just scored 32 goals, which was more than anybody else on the team, he's not the all-around player. His all-around game has always been criticized to some degree, but he doesn't have the ability to commit to an all-around game that he did, when he was 25 or 26 or 27.
Yeah, Barry, for me, it is really complicated because I owe so much of my love and passion and fandom and addiction to Capitals hockey to him. And my kids got hooked on the sport. My son, every morning in the basement, wants to play hockey, and he's pretending to be Ovi. Like, he is, in a way that no other player that I can relate to in my market, kind of turned this city into a fan of his sport. So he should get to do what he wants to do. That is, I'm going to set that to the side. There is a second conversation to me, and it may not matter. I don't know if you agree with this or not, but I'd be curious to know what you think and maybe what the team might think. I think they are better off in the short term moving on without Alex Ovetkin. And again, that may not matter that much, but they have done this unbelievably impressive thing where they have kind of rebuilt on the fly. It's been textbook. It's been the envy of teams all over the league, and they have more young talent coming. And I'm not saying he can't help them at the right price, scoring 25 goals or whatever. People will point out, as you said, he led the team in scoring, but that's like, saying this, somebody led the team in steals when he pinch runs every game and whatever else. I mean, he was in a lot of situations to score, but I digress. I guess my point is, does it matter at all? And is it true to say they're probably better off without committing big money and bringing him back?
I think it's true. And I was really close over the last month to wanting to write a piece that said it's time for Ovi to move on. And then you call around and you talk to people about that, and the weight of it is just enormous.
Right.
You're telling the all-time goal scorer in the league that I know better than you do that you should move on. So in the end, that didn't feel right to me, and I don't think it feels right to the Capitals. I do think that they are on this line where they certainly don't want to call him a burden, because he's not a burden. Put the goals and stuff aside and the actual play, he sets the tone for that franchise in a way that is undeniable. And, the only other guy left from the cup-winning team is Tom Wilson, and he is a big force, but he is in the shadow of Alex Ovetkin, as he should be, because no one is, this guy's 922 goals. This is a ridiculous, ridiculous character. And you're right, Grant, I think he's the most important athlete in the history of Washington, D.C., because of how he affected the sport that he played in this town. He just changed the way everybody thought about it, the expectations around it, all of that stuff. There are a million Redskins that contributed to that run. You can go to Walter Johnson. It's a fun debate, but I'd probably land on Ovechkin, and that gets you to it's his call. I think where the Caps have landed, while they might agree hockey-wise with you, Grant, that it would kind of be better if he retired and just said, I'm going to go out on a high note. I led the team in goals. I could still do it. And people will wonder, could I have produced another season like that, numbers-wise, if I had gone on at age 41? I think they've kind of landed at, you know what? We can add to this roster. We've gotten younger and faster because it's pretty clear that Ilya Protas will center a line. And yeah, he'll have bumps as a 20-year-old, but he'll be a good player next year. Cole Hudson as a defenseman will probably be a good player next year. Ryan Leonard, who, if he hadn't gotten hurt, had been ascended for sure this year and seems like a real piece. There's enough there if you consider the veterans that they have under contract, and Dubois and Chikrin and, Logan Thompson and all that I think they can compete either way. It's not like they're viewing it as they need Alex Ovechkin to drag them back into the playoffs, and they don't feel like Alex Ovechkin has to be a weight that prevents them from getting to the playoffs. They can play a middle ground here that doesn't hurt anybody.
Barry Svrluga of The Athletic. And I should point out, too, the way that they've treated their players, especially those that have won them a title and have been around for a long time, is part of what makes this organization so special and why people want to come here, to be honest. So it would be odd for them not to do that with Alex Ovechkin, and it adds to the complications. But it's a great piece. Check it out in The Athletic, drop today. We also wanted to hit on the Nats with you. So I guess big picture, paint with a broad brush for a second. How impressed are you with this group being 550 games in.
Yeah, I mean, you and I text about it maybe every other night. Like, it's just a more compelling, easily digestible watch every night, even though they're not good defensively, and even though the pitching, they can't prevent runs. It, to me, very, very much feels more competitive on a nightly basis. And I've said this to people over there, like, not only that, more competitive inning to inning, at bat to at bat, pitch to pitch. Like, they are really, really prepared. That preparation has to mean something, particularly offensively. I mean, we are 51 games into this thing, which is damn near close to a third of the way through the schedule, and they have outscored every team in the sport. Like, you could not have given me odds at the end of spring training when they looked dead and like that nobody could hit. And Dylan Cruz was being sent down, and it just looked like a disaster offensively. Blake Butera gets high marks. Matt, I struggle to say his name, Borgschulte, the hitting coach, head of a 3-person hitting staff that I'm going to be writing about early next week. I hope they don't get shut down against the Braves over the weekend, because I think what they've done offensively and in preparing their hitters and getting buy-in and getting trust and telling them the right information that will be useful to them is just super duper impressive, and really is just kind of a tip of the iceberg thing for how they're unlocking data with this organization and imparting it to their players and having it be really, really useful in games. I think this is, much faster results than I would have. I am not at all saying they're a dark horse playoff contender. I think they'll make trades that will sell at the deadline. It could be as huge as C.J. Abrams, but they are really, really interesting in how they are operating and how they're getting that information to the players and what the results are.
What have you made of the way that they have worked with the roster, where, the bullpen seemingly is changed up every couple of weeks with a new arm coming up and a new arm going down? And Dylan Cruz, you mentioned, started the year in AAA. Brady House, even though he was going well over the last couple of weeks, has struggled throughout the season. He ends up getting sent to AAA. What have you made of the way that they have maneuvered the roster overall?
As long as the communication with the players has been okay, I think it's masterful might be an overstatement, but like really, really effective. And I think, Paul Tavoni told us when House was optioned down, he said, I'll tell you guys what we told him, like, you're crushing left-handed pitching and we could use you to crush left-handed pitching up here, but that's not the best for us long-term. It's not the best for you long-term. Like, if you want to be an everyday player, you have to play every day. So go do that, get a reset at AAA, and that makes a ton of sense to me. I kind of jokingly said to Taboni maybe a couple weeks ago, like, oh, what's the record for pitchers used in a season? Because, like, it seems like you guys will be close to it. Now, they haven't had a ton of injuries. I know Beater was hurt, and, like, they haven't had any positional player injuries, but they're clearly maximizing matchups in a way that the previous regime just didn't do. And this is not a damning thing, but I remember I had last year an opposing manager say to me, why did they not pinch hit? Why did they not platoon? They don't have enough weapons, so why aren't they playing the advantages? I didn't know the answer, so I asked Davey Martinez, like, why don't you fit this guy against, whatever, this left-handed hitter against a lefty or this right-handed hitter against a righty? And he said, well, these are our guys, and I want them to experience what it's like to be an everyday big leaguer when you're not being, maximally optimized, like that you're the guy. That's a reasonable philosophy, but I just don't think they had the horses to carry that out. And so now Blake Butera on a nightly basis is like, all the guys know how they're going to be used. Like, if Curtis Meade starts and the handedness of the pitcher changes and it's the fourth inning, like, he knows he's going to sit, and then they're giving confidence to whoever replaces him to, like, okay, you're going to have a matchup that's not that great in the eighth inning, but we we like you there. I think they've done a really good job, both roster-wise and in-game, of putting these guys in the best position to succeed.
Well, and Barry, the last thing for me, I agree with everything that you're saying there. Do you think that is something that they can do long term? Like, imagine this sort of philosophy with the rosters that this team had in the past, where you've got a Bryce Harper, you've got a Juan Soto, or you've got a Jason Worth. Does this work when you're working with Luis Garcia and Curtis Mead at first base, and you're doing some of the stuff with Nasim Nunez and some of those guys? Or do you think this is something that, as long as they're being genuine with their conversations, they can carry this over, even if down the line they do add some star players?
Well, I think it's a totally different conversation with a star player. Bryce Harper doesn't care if his guy's a lefty or a righty. Like, he's in there, right? Like, it's just, It's a different. He's not going to get platooned. Like, they don't have that level of player other than Wood and Abrams.
Yeah, I was going to say they're not platooning CJ. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and they're not. They're not platooning Lyle even, because they really believe in him too. So I think that those three guys, and now maybe you add Cruz in there too, those are the guys where you say, okay, you are potential big league borderline stars. I think Wood probably should be a star for sure, but you handle them differently than the other churn, and you take all the other spots and maximize that. I just don't think it's the same conversation because they don't have Bryce Harper and Jason Worth and Ryan Zimmerman and Ian Desmond. Like, it's just, that's not how it works. So Butera and the front office advising him are doing a great job of saying, here's how we get the matchups that work. And that has to play in, like, there's no other reason for them to lead the major leagues and run scored a third of the way through the season.
No question.
There is a really good conversation to be had there, maybe another day, which is, will we ever see a roster like that here again with his ownership group? And it might be that internally you develop enough guys. They've got a much improved system, which to me is the whole story of this year, is how well they're doing at the minor league level on the hitting front. But maybe they develop some stars, but I don't know with these owners if we're going to even see a roster like they had from 12 to 19 with that kind of star power and those types of guys who are leaving to get $245 million, $300 million contracts. Wood is the guy right now that is certainly on that level. Barry, we'll let you go. Next time we chat, I want to dig in on C.J. Abrams because they got a big decision to make. If they hover around 500, it's going to be hard to flip him. That's obviously deep down, I would think, what they'd like to do to add assets. But that, to me, becomes one of the most really fun things about the rest of this season.
I mean, you got my number. That's a long conversation. And I think right now, Grant, it's a ... Like, they do not have to decide on May 22nd what they do with C.J. Abrams.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's forefront of their mind, but let's put it on pause and see how he is, see how the team is, see everything in a month.
Yeah, somebody was saying to me the other day too that they're like, well, look, he's on pace for 32 homers and 136 driven in or whatever. They're like, if he keeps hitting like that, you're going to get a lot for him. And my pushback was, if he keeps hitting like that, why are you trading him? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. You want all the assets possible, but there's two sides to that too, where we don't know what their feelings on him are internally yet. And maybe some of the stuff that needed to be cleaned up with his work habits or whatever it was, it's a new group. Maybe that's happening and that's part of the development. But guys that hit like him in the middle infield don't grow on trees. And I would move him to second, but I'm willing to make him the highest paid second baseman in baseball if he wants to have that conversation.
Here's an interesting one, and it doesn't work for the Nats. Like, what about him as a center fielder? If you look around the big leagues, there's a lot more franchises who have their shortstops tied up long term and are paying big money than there are elite center fielders. There's nothing in C.J. Abrams' game that makes me think he couldn't play really well in the outfield. We saw Trey Turner come up here when Danny Espinosa was playing a really good defensive shortstop and play center, which he'd never really done. It's a super interesting conversation going forward.
Yeah, it's just kind of launching, but it's as you said at this outset of our discussion about the Nats, it's a fun team, and they've been entertaining to watch. Got another game coming up in about 40 minutes here on The Fan. Barry, thank you, buddy. We kept you too long. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Barry.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep. Check him out in The Athletic. Barry Svrluga, now their senior columnist. Would you trade C.J. Abrams at the deadline right now?
I would, yes.
I am open to it. I've said yes throughout. If you're hovering around 500, I don't think I would.
I will say I've come more to your side than I was before. Before it was like, yeah, trade him, no question. Now I'm starting to see the vision a little bit, but it's also one of those things I still just let this play out a little bit more, and then we'll get a little closer to the
deadline. As Barry said, it's May 22nd.
Yeah.
You got a couple months before you got to do anything, so you can kind of let it ride. Let's wait and see how this develops. But I also think either way, if you don't trade him at the deadline, the result is still he probably gets traded this offseason.
Yeah, but I mean, to your point, this is a team that if they have so much momentum and they're a fun team and they're right around 500 at the deadline, does that kill some of that momentum and the buzz in the city if you trade CJ? I think inevitably it does.
I don't think there's any debate about it. That would be my one concern if I'm ownership. Paul Taboni shouldn't care about this.
Correct.
Make the best decisions, build the best team, win as many baseball games as possible. But if I'm ownership, this has been the most entertaining and fun season in 5 years. And really, I would even say beyond the 21 season, because that was fleeting for a month in May or whatever when Schwarber hit 57 home runs and 14 at-bats. But if you don't look at that month or that quick little stretch, since 19, this is kind of as good as it's been. And you've got people, it's almost like a whack-a-mole, where like Nats fans are coming out of the ground a little bit, and they're like, oh my gosh, the Nats are fun. Let me watch a game. Look at C.J. Abrams. And you just whack him on the head again by trading him.
Yeah.
How many whacks on the head before people are just like, yeah, you can kick rocks?
Yeah.
So that's something I think it's going to be a tough conversation with Taboni. But if I'm an owner, I'm going, wait, you're going to get me a deal better than the Gore deal that looks like it was a gigantic win? Okay, let's do it. But they might just wait until the offseason if they hang around 500. If they start to nosedive a little bit.
Yeah, I think it makes it pretty easy if they're 10 games under or whatever it is.
Way easier. No doubt about it. All right, we'll get you ready for Nats pregame coming up in just a few. Charlie Slows is going to be with us. Our conversation we had earlier today on the Fan. Big thanks to Strobes behind the scenes with Darius. Hard work for them as always. Toby multitasking today on the updates